everybody. Having a show today. How are you? Let's watch the show or the video from Crazy Corn.
To talk about his sex life on the internet. Well, let's talk about his sex life. Let's get a little bit TMI and talk about that. It is true that my dad is into BDSM, and my dad is into punishment in the bedroom. It was never clear. I'm not 100% sure who's punishing who. It might be my dad getting whipped in the bedroom. Who knows? I don't know. But as a kid growing up, my parents were really, really weirdly open about their sex life with their kids. And this is gross and this is weird and this is awkward to talk about, but hey, my dad wants to talk about this. He brought up this conversation on me. My parents would constantly leave out sex toys. Like those weird, those French maid outfits, for the maid fantasy. My mom had a super sexualized French maid outfit, and there was a riding crop that was this thing that I can only imagine was used in bed. And then also my parents, we lived in a very small house, and my parents would be having sex while we were still awake, because they'd be having sex, they put us in bed, and we would start hearing it, really loud, aggressive, kinky sex. So my dad's not lying. He's kinky. I don't know why he wanted you all to know that. But we were very aware of that, and my siblings, we'd hear that, and we'd be grossed out by that, we'd be weirded out by that, and we'd always be like, oh, why do mom and dad do this so loud? The first time I ever, know for a fact my dad was abusing my mom was on Easter Sunday, and we were all in the front yard taking Easter pictures, and they broke out in this fight, and I remember it very vividly, even though I was a very small child at the time, because it's a traumatic thing, and my dad took her house and started beating her. Looking back, that was the first time it happened. So you're telling me that at 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning, you're getting ready for church, you start having a screaming fight with your wife, and then you're like, let's go in the house and have kinky sex for 5 minutes, then go back outside and keep screaming at each other. I know, Dad, that you would beat Mom with that, or maybe she beat you, but that riding crop, yes, I know that was used in the bedroom by you guys. Maybe Mom was beating you, maybe you were beating Mom. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you would beat her with the electrical cord, because there were times when he'd send us all out to the backyard and you'd peek through a window or peek through a door, be like, yo, is he beating her? And I did see him beat her with the electrical cord.
Yes. Hello.
Bonjour. My name's Chantal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm your new French mistress. Mrs. Selway told me what you like.
That's crazy. But, yeah. That's crazy what happened. The Steve Andersons. The Andersons. The Andersons. The Andersons. What do you...
The seed from the man travels into the woman's body and finds the egg, and the egg is fertilized up toward the top of the fallopian tubes. That fertilized egg, that developing child that's multiplying and growing and so forth, begins to travel down that tube until it gets to the uterus. And when it arrives at the uterus, it implants itself into the wall of the uterus.
Wow. Let's see what Matt Powell has to say about Steve Anderson.
I hate to make this video. I was a friend of Steven Anderson years ago, and in fact he introduced my wife and I to each other, and for that I'm very thankful. However, it does not excuse the inappropriate behavior that he has been displaying and the way that he has been acting. I have no association whatsoever with Steven Anderson. He should be stepping down from the office of a bishop. He should not be pastoring. He's a contentious man. And not only that, he has harmed his kids. In a court of law, the most verifiable method that an account is correct is by getting an eyewitness to testify about something that happened. And if you can get multiple eyewitnesses to come forward and they provide the same information, that's the most reliable method to show us that it is a correct account. This actually did take place. And so when you have multiple kids from the Anderson household coming forward and saying that bad things happened and they're lining up and there are terrible things that took place, abuse that happened, and I believe that Stephen and Susanna Anderson should be giving apologies to the people that they've hurt as well as their children, and they should come clean, and he should step down from the office of a bishop, because if he steps down, it shows that he has some integrity. And I'm not the only person saying that he should step down. I am saying this based on the authority of other pastors that have called him out and have said that he should step down from the office. He needs to resign, and he needs to resign now. And the reason that I'm saying this is because this is becoming a dangerous situation. There are kids in the Anderson family that are receiving a lot of hate from certain individuals that are fans of Stephen Anderson. And I am afraid that that could, and they could get hurt or killed. And the same thing goes with Pastor Anderson and his wife. They could have a situation where somebody is angry at them. Somebody feels bad for the kids, and they feel that in their life they need to make justice for this, for the injustice that was done to the kids. And so therefore they're going to harm or kill Pastor Anderson and his wife. I would hate to see that happen. I would not rejoice about that. I would feel extremely sad if anybody was hurt. And that's why I'm making this video. And I don't care if it was SpongeBob SquarePants that interviewed his kids. The fact of the matter is, all of their testimonies are lining up for the most part. And what that tells me is that there is verifiable information there that something is really wrong in the Anderson household. And if you're not shepherding your own house, if it's in complete chaos and disarray, you cannot shepherd the flock of God. And that's why he's now to people about supposed marital corporal punishment for wives, justifying his beating of his wife. That is not right. Nobody should stand for that. It's intolerable. It should not be tolerated. He needs to understand that. And this is not something historically that Baptists have ever taught. Baptists have never believed that it's okay to correct your wife by assaulting her in that way. We've never believed that. That is an assault, whether he wants to admit it or not. Harming your wife or doing corporal punishment on your wife, that is called assault. It's a crime. People would go to jail years ago for that. I know in the culture today, people get in a ring with a woman that identifies as a man or vice versa. And sometimes ladies get beat up by biological men. And now today, yeah, people praise that. That's wicked. That's ungodly. But what I will say is it's even more ungodly for a pastor to condone sin and for him to get up behind the pulpit and condone cussing and swearing from the pulpit and to do these things that I would consider, and I believe the Bible considers to be blasphemous, and then turn around and insist that he's going to continue pastoring. It's not right. And if I had known this about Stephen Anderson and his family, I would have called it out years ago. I did not know. We had no idea, my wife and I, that he had these issues and that Shuza had these issues. We did notice that Shuza was very unmerciful towards people in the church that disagreed with them. And we did notice that Stephen Anderson was very unmerciful as well to people who disagreed with him. And I can recall being there in person, something similar happened with chairs, where
Yeah, Kent does. You're right. You're right, Matt Powell. Kent Hovind doesn't abuse his parishioners. He just abuses his wife. It's much better. Give me a break. Like, hey, I'm here. Yes. How are you doing today, Gangster Ghost?
I'm okay. Yeah, he put this out not too long ago.
I mean, talking about oh, well, there's these biological men that they'll transition to becoming women, and when they transition to becoming women, then, they get into the ring with these biological women, and they'll just clean the floor with them. Yeah, what about in the Olympics, where you saw that Algerian... Have you seen all those memes about that Algerian boxer at the Olympics beating the crap out of that other girl, and all those right wingers were like, "That's a man," even though she's literally a biological woman. She just like looks vaguely masculine, so everybody just kind of started acting like, "Yeah, look at that, another example of all these biological men beating up on women," even though she's a woman. She was born a woman. She has never transitioned into being a man. It's not like trans rights are exactly a prominent issue in Algeria right now. If you look at the Algerian political climate, I don't think trans people are going to be very well accepted there. So the idea isn't that these people are trans. It's that, oh, they look vaguely masculine. That was enough for everybody to lose their crap. And besides, even talking about trans people specifically, when did all these people start caring about the WNBA? When did all these people start caring about women's swim teams and the all these different sports that nobody cared about whatsoever? As a matter of fact, it was a cultural meme to make fun of the Women's National Basketball Association and to make fun of women's swim teams and to make fun of all of the female analogs of male sports because they were underwatched and not appreciated. But now, all of a sudden, that this is a political football, we all need to be real worried about what's going on in the
Because now there's
WNBA.
guys playing in them.
Yeah. Yeah, now it needs to be a concern, even though you never cared or really factored those sports in whatsoever, because now it's a concern, and now it needs to be used to
We didn't
leverage people
care
into
that
living the
WNBA
lifestyle
had
that
low
I want
player
them to
count,
live.
low view counts, because people don't like women's basketball as much. But if you put a man in there, then it becomes a problem.
Well, then all of a sudden it's a political football to advance your
It's not a
agenda. So then
political
it is
football.
something
It's a
that you care
moral
about
football.
all
It's
of
a
a
moral
sudden.
football.
So it's a political football.
Politics is going to play into it, but it's still a morality thing.
It's a morality thing.
Yeah.
I see. So we shouldn't allow short people to play basketball because they have, as you would say, a biological impediment compared to taller people. Or should it be that taller people shouldn't be allowed to play basketball because short people are put at a disadvantage?
No, anyone can play basketball as long as they're in the same
But
in
but
the
but
same
but
type
Claudio, a
of
taller
league.
person is inherently predisposed to be better at basketball than a shorter person. Shouldn't that preclude them from playing basketball?
Taller people usually have an advantage. There's some good short basketball players out there.
Right, but was that advantage something that was provided to them from training, or was that something just given to them through the happenstance of their birth?
Are they still all males playing on all male
Well, I
teams?
don't know. Isn't it immoral to not let tall people play basketball with short people, since after all they're just at an inherent advantage due to their biology, right?
No.
No, that was different because that one doesn't involve the woman being a man.
GangsterGhost can explain it to you.
No, I think you can explain it to me because we're having a conversation, Claudio. Yeah, you can't. You can't is the actual explanation. You're trying
No.
to create a wedge when there
I'm
wasn't
talking to
one.
somebody.
Yeah, right. You're talking to me, and we're having a conversation, and now that you don't
No,
have
I'm
an
talking to
answer for the
somebody over
conversation, you're
here. I'm not
deferring to
talking
somebody
just to
else because
you.
you don't have an answer. So answer the question. Shouldn't tall people not be allowed to play basketball with shorter people since they have an inherent biological advantage, not due to any training that they did, but due to the happenstance of their birth? Isn't that not fair?
No.
No, why not? It's a biological advantage imposed upon tall people that short people don't have access to. Isn't that immoral?
It's so easy to defeat these stupid
I
arguments.
said
It really
no,
is.
by the way.
Oh, well, nobody heard you.
Please, you're taking males and you're trying to make a height difference.
It's a biological difference imparted upon some people that isn't imparted upon other people.
It's not a sexual biological difference.
No, it is a biological difference because it's the
It's not a sexual biological.
no, it's the part of your brain that determines whether you're
That's
going to be a tall or short person. There's a part of your brain that determines that. And whether it's and whether that growth in your brain is enlarged or not will determine how much you grow or not. So poorer people that didn't have access to the same amount of nutrients and could have grown taller but didn't due to impeded nutritional access, they shouldn't be allowed to compete either.
Men are naturally pound for pound and per bone.
You cut out. Did he cut out for you too, Gangster Ghost?
Yeah.
Chicken,
Are you there?
crabs, chicken or crab, chicken crab.
Thank you, Lupin, for not muting on the live stream while you're with your parent. Very professional, very courteous. Very courteous.
What do you
No,
guys think? Chicken
somebody
or
who's
crab
taller than somebody who's shorter is
or
inherently
shrimp?
predisposed to having an advantage, not due to anything that they could have affected or their opponents could have affected.
This
So a
argument,
biologically
is
taller
stupid.
person is going to be predisposed to be more successful at basketball the exact same way that a man is going to be predisposed to be better at a woman than wrestling. And yet you said that you didn't want to exclude the taller person or the shorter person from basketball, but yet those two things are the exact same in principle. One of them is an advantage imparted upon somebody due to the circumstance of their birth, and the other one is the exact same, but one of them isn't a gender issue. One of them isn't forcing people to conform to your very rigid standard of how people should be. So then all of a sudden it's not an issue anymore for you.
Yeah. Oh, what do you
No,
think of
this
that?
isn't.
No, it is an issue for you because you said you were
It's
against it, so it is an issue for you.
it's so plain and obvious that this
It's so
conversation is
plain and
stupid. To
obvious
be
that
honest
taller
with you.
people are predisposed to an advantage in sports than shorter people. You're right. That is plainly
No,
obvious to see, isn't it?
that men and women have obvious biological differences.
Yeah, I agree. Taller people are
You're
obviously
just
different than shorter people.
yeah, but shorter people can be better at dribbling, have better passing skills, everything like
Sure,
that.
women
It
can be
doesn't
better at
matter.
dribbling too. Women actually have better hand-eye coordination than men, so women could be better at
Okay,
dribbling
well
too.
then
What's your
fine.
point?
Let the women play. Let the women play against men and get demolished.
Sure. I mean, if they're not,
That's what you.
if
That's
they
what you want.
identify as a woman, then that's perfectly fine by me. It's not perfectly fine by you, and yet it's perfectly fine for you that shorter people compete with taller people, despite the exact same difference applying, just under different circumstances.
Lupin, don't let him bully you. How about
Don't
SSS?
don't let them what me. Don't let them what.
Bully you.
Oh
How
no,
about
I'm just
No, there's
SSS?
letting
no
them.
bullying going on.
I'm
I'm
just
just
letting
drawing a
them
direct
yap.
comparison between the two and highlighting that he's being hypocritical on this issue.
No, I'm not.
No
You
bullying is
can't bring up
required to
just
highlight
physical.
his hypocrisy.
You can't compare just physical differences between men and then men and women and then their physical
Of
differences.
course, I can
It's not
compare
how it
physical
works.
differences
You
because
can, but
that
that's
is
not how the world
exactly what
works.
you're drawing the comparison to between men and women. Oh, men are physically stronger than women, so men shouldn't be allowed to compete in women's sports. Okay, you're right. I guess nobody should be allowed to play basketball as long as they're over 6 foot tall. You only have to be 5'5" to 5'8" in order to play baseball or basketball. And if you're taller or shorter than that, then you have an inherent disadvantage or advantage, and that's just not fair. Oh no, Lupin left. Oh, that's such a shame. That's such a tragedy.
Oh, yeah. But was it? I seen. Do you seen that video yesterday by Steven Anderson's daughter?
I didn't. That was really hilarious. He really had no counter argument for that whatsoever. That was
Yeah, but
it's the exact same thing in principle, okay? People have all kinds of advantages and disadvantages when they compete in sports. People who are more wealthy have more time to train than people who are not as wealthy. In the Olympics, people who are in Algeria, for example, aren't going to have access to as advanced of training facilities as people in Canada or people in America. People who live in Nepal are going to be able to access higher mountains and therefore are going to be able to stress train their lungs for running events more than people who live at lower elevations. There's all kinds of advantages and disadvantages that go into sports. And a lot of those advantages or disadvantages have nothing to do with the training regimens whatsoever. It's entirely circumstantial. And it's perfectly fine if those circumstances aren't gender related. For Lupin, we just demonstrated that. So a taller person can play basketball with a shorter person. That's no problem whatsoever. But if that person's a different gender, then all of a sudden it's almost like that's not actually the issue for Lupin. It's almost like the issue of a disadvantage being used for this isn't actually what Lupin's concerned about. He's just concerned with curtailing people's rights and curtailing people's ability to decide who they are for themselves, so that they conform to his very narrow social understanding of how people should be and how people should behave. I don't know. I have this strange feeling that that's the actual impetus behind Lupin's opinion here. Because when I asked him about the other one, he didn't have any problem with it whatsoever. So I don't know. That's kind of weird. It's kind of strange. Better luck next time, Claudio.
Oh, but yesterday it was so sad. I seen the video of his daughter. It's just so sad. Miss Outcast was very sad over it too.
Yeah, I didn't get an opportunity to watch that. However, I had it summarized to me by somebody, and look, Steven Anderson is a bad guy, don't get me wrong, but for Matt Powell to be sitting there and trying to dog on Steven Anderson, I know the real reason why Matt Powell's dogging on him. He's dogging on him because Steven Anderson destroyed Kent Hovind in a debate. Just out and out wiped the floor with him, no hesitation whatsoever. And Matt, being one of Kent's flunkies, is all bitter about that. So he wants to try and bag on him while the going is...
What the? He disappeared.
Well, where'd he go? Because I had a question for him.
What was the question?
Well, see, because this is I'm like really researching this now. I'm not going to get much into it or involved in it. But the example of height as an advantage. I mean, I understand that, but then again, you can say the short person has the advantage of speed, agility, blah 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 blah. But what I keep running into, this is why I'm trying to stay out of this, because what I keep running into with all these scientists that are talking, they keep repeating there's not enough data. Like a lot of the studies they've done, the sample sizes are so small.
Hey,
you don't have, a whole lot of trans, women going to, women's sports and vice versa overall. I think like most of one of the biggest studies that, I've been researching is like 225 trans people. But the question I had for Aiden is, because this is what I'm trying to deal with right now myself, separating, the two, is you have one side saying one thing, but then you have one of the greatest Olympians of all times, literally, at least in the decathlon, or is it the decathlon with, Bruce Jenner, now Caitlyn Jenner, where he,
correct.
Excuse me, sorry, misgendered. Don't want anybody to spaz out, but where she's actually an advocate against it, which I actually agree with her to a point on certain sports. but not all
I think
sports.
it's just some pick-me behavior on their part, like, oh, I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to compete, but now that I have had my piece in the spotlight, I'm against it now. It's like, give me a break.
Guys,
It's like,
You're talking about a guy, a girl, a guy that competed as a man who is now trans,
right.
who has been through it all.
They
You know,
benefited from they benefited from the social outreach of being a trans advocate for a long time, and now that they've made their money off of that, they've switched their tune, and now
wait
they're
a
trying
second.
to reap
Why
the
would
anti-trans
Caitlyn
money
Jenner
from
need
people.
money generated? And I'd like to know how money can be generated. Through this. She has, pretty much.
Publicity, speaking tours. I mean,
But
publicity is
she's not
probably the most
experienced dealing
prominent one out of all of them as far as I'm concerned. But honestly, Azo, I'm kind of the outlier in this factor, but I think that people should be allowed to push themselves to the absolute limits of what human beings are capable of achieving in sporting events.
I need.
I
Right.
think that people should be allowed to take steroids. I think people should be
Oh, I
allowed
don't
to.
know. Just for health
No, I
reasons
do.
alone, steroids.
No, I
No,
do. I think
no.
if people make the choice, if they're consenting adults and they understand the health risks and they decide to undergo those health risks anyways, I think people should be allowed to have cybernetic limbs, for Pete's sake. I'm not even joking. I think people should be allowed to push themselves to the absolute
Sorry,
limit of
speaking.
what is achievable, because sports would just be so much better as a result.
Well, the question to me is really, because it's another thing I keep, hearing through this, through the same scientists, that most people are dealing this with: is it a fair or unfair advantage question? And that's not the issue really, even at all, because what happens? And I'm thinking of this one ESPN thing that was done. What happens when we get past the trans, and all of a sudden there is genetic, engineering being done. It's being done all the time. So then, what about a male that competes with males that has been genetically?
Well, what do you mean by genetic
whatever?
engineering? Because I mean,
That's
like
going to be
we've
the
done
next
artificial
transition. I mean,
selection. We've done
but take
artificial
care of the
selection
trans.
through genetic engineering for a long time through human history. It's why we have foods that are way more edible than they are their ancient analogs were, at any rate. I mean, like, if you're talking about like CRISPR-Cas9 or something like that being used to like manually edit people's genes, that's one thing. But I mean, like, what's the limit of that though? What is the limit? And I was talking about this with Lupin. Should a shorter person be barred from playing basketball with a taller person because of the circumstances of their birth? Should a person who is training to be an Olympic sprinter in Nepal not be allowed to use the Himalayas as a means of stress
No, but
testing
that's
their
only been.
lungs so that
I
they're
don't know
able?
how much you
Wait,
know
let me
about
finish.
sports.
Let me finish.
You already said this though. I mean, go ahead.
Well, I'm making my case again because I'm talking to a different person.
But I heard the
So
same case. So, and I'm
sure,
not here to even
but
argue. This isn't
it's
me saying one
circumstantial, is
side or
what
the
I'm
other.
saying. There's loads of circumstances people deal with in sports that are totally outside of their training and acumen as an athlete that people just shrug off and accept every single moment of every single day. It's arbitrary, is what it really is.
No, not at all, because you have many examples. I don't know how much you really follow sports, because I do. I'm a sports fanatic. Where you have, say, like even like people back in the '80s. We'll use the '80 Olympics, where you had the Russians, like a lot of the Eastern Bloc countries were basically professional, hockey players, sports, whatever that they were in, because that's all they ever did. Russia paid for all their stuff so they can compete and be the best in that one thing. Here you have a little country that comes along, the United States, with a hockey team that's well, not even in the top probably 10 favorite of the Olympics in the '80s, because our guys were college students. They played in college, came over, whenever the Olympics are. They didn't play that well together, but yet they accomplished the miracle on ice. We're probably one of the greatest underdogs in the finals of any Olympics. Beat Well, actually, first started off with them beating the Russians, which was big, and then I believe it was Sweden, or I can't remember who the hell they beat in there.
See, but why? But why was that? And
So
why was that such
yeah,
a prominent moment in sports history, though?
because they were such underdogs that they weren't expected to go up against these people that were professional athletes time and time again. And that's only one, that this is what's nice about Mother Nature. No matter if you're slow or faster, we find a way to overcome in a lot of,
Exactly. Exactly. And those moments of overcoming the odds, those moments of people thinking things are stacked in one person's favor and it not actually being that case, become some of the most iconic moments in all of sports history because they defy people's expectations.
Aiden,
But so what you're talking about is, real quick, Gangster, is, let's go ahead and segregate everybody. Okay, we'll have the tall people over there, the fast, short guys over there. We'll have the chubby guys over there.
That's just that's the natural outcome of talking about these things. That's right. Where's the limit? Where's the line? Is what I'm asking.
Now with the transition going on.
I need to say something.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Should we allow adults to be in kids' sports then?
Should we allow adults to be in kids' sports?
Yeah. Because there's tall.
I mean,
no, because then you run into kind of legal issues there, Gangster. I would assume.
The other thing is that I seen a guy beat up a UFC match, beat up a girl twice his size. And the other thing is the people who have
did they both agree to the match?
Yeah, and he's won.
Yeah, but if they both agreed to the match, then they agreed that was going to be one of the possible outcomes. If they're both consenting adults and they agreed to a title fight.
Gangster, are you talking about this last Olympics?
I seen in a same jig where
because that's a different that girl wasn't trans.
Yeah, you're talking about the issue I was talking about at the beginning, the Algerian person.
No, not that. This is definitely I seen in a video. This lady who's like the top UFC ladies champion. She looked like the real life She-Hulk.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. No, I thought you were talking about just this last controversy with everybody was claiming that a trans girl
beat up a guy who's not
boxing and it wasn't. Okay.
GangsterGhost, to answer your question about kids competing with adults, if the kids agree to the match and the adults agree to the match and everybody agrees upon the rules of the match, then yeah, they should be allowed to compete. If both fighters agree ahead of time.
Make legal decisions like that, Aiden.
Well, I'm not talking about professional sports. And even if we were talking about professional sports,
try if we were come into, like say the Little League.
Yeah, but did you never? So you never like threw a ball around with your dad? You never played street hockey with kids that were older than you, or anything like that, or play soccer with the kids a few grades ahead of you or behind you?
With their sons or daughters, or kicking soccer balls as part of their training, it happens all the time.
Right. So if people agree, if both parties agree that this is something they want to do, they want to compete at this. Both parties accept that there's a possibility that they could win and there's a possibility that they could lose and they agree on the circumstances, then of course they should be able to compete. If one of the parties doesn't agree and they cite reasons for that, then fair enough, we can pursue it from that point forward. But
no, there's a lot that are not agreeing to this.
Sure. And if they don't agree and they cite reasons for not agreeing, then we can go forward from there.
And of course, Aiden,
there's a really bad echo. Somebody's echoing.
Lupin.
I need to tell you something.
Lupin's decided that he's gonna use the speaker system straight out of 1992. Lupin, you need headphones in order to prevent the echo. Don't you have your own YouTube channel where you do like streams on a regular basis? You need headphones to separate your audio. Otherwise, the audio goes through your speakers and it creates an echo effect that prevents people from having a conversation.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
But
back for round two, Claudio?
Most of the people
I had to go and help my dad with something.
Are the women in these sports. I see videos by them. Don't like the idea of these men coming in, cheating them out of what could have been scholarships, all this stuff. And a lot of these men,
it wasn't cheating.
Yeah, it is. It's
not cheating. If the sports organization agreed that they were allowed to compete and both competitors agreed to the competition at hand, then it's not cheating. They operated within the rules and regulations of the competition, set forth by the organizers of that particular sport, it's not cheating.
No, they're just taking advantage of a new fandangled set of rules for a messed up society.
I know all those people that are 6'4" taking advantage of that. It's horrible. I agree.
And all those 5'8" people running around, those 6'8" people like they're little ants.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, they got longer legs, dude. That makes them more competitive in that regard too. You got longer legs, you're able to carry more momentum in every single one of your strides.
So I've seen men outdo women who twice the size. So that show that that's not the same.
Did they
thing.
both agree to the competition?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you're saying being tall is like men pointing against women. It's not.
That's correct. That's
Because
correct.
men pointing against women, they have a biological more advantage. Like I see,
That's right. And
this
so do
guy,
tall people against short
no,
people.
not true. I seen this guy
Yes, they do.
Mayweather. He beat people twice his size in boxing matches. I seen
Sure,
this
but
guy
boxing isn't what I'm referring to when I'm talking about height. I'm talking about the physical characteristics that can make you more advantageous at your sport. So track and field is a great example. A taller person, like I said, has longer legs. They're able to carry more momentum with each one of their strides, which means that a shorter person running track and field with a taller person inherently has to work harder to accomplish the exact same goal. They have to train harder, they have to stress harder, they have to push themselves harder in order to win that competition through no fault of their own, entirely due to the fact that this other person was born with an advantage due to their height.
I think Aiden just wants to go up against girls.
Hold on for a second, guys. Not trying to be an
I I just think you don't have an argument against this, Claudio. So you're just grasping at straws and trying to make me upset.
His own show, or
the answer is so self
I guess
obvious.
not.
It's not even worth explaining to you.
But it's not the same thing. I seen this guy who couldn't make it in women's sports, men's sports, begin in the women's sports and break all records.
You're probably talking about Leah
I've never
Thomas.
seen a tall guy do
That's usually the one everybody goes to.
Yeah, I never seen
the swimmer.
A tall guy do that.
How do you know that they haven't done that? The only reason that you haven't ever seen that is because the media doesn't hyperfixate on that exact thing.
But it's true. If I've seen it.
So because you didn't see it, there was never a tall person in history who decided that they were going to switch from a sport that they weren't as good at. Oh man, I really suck at throwing the javelin. But hey, maybe I could get into track and field. Maybe I could start running the track because I've got longer legs, and that's going to predispose me to being better at running.
This is the best definition of a
The only problem is that CNN isn't going to cover that as a news story because it doesn't push some political agenda. Fox News isn't going to cover that as a news story. So it's only natural that you don't see that.
Male and female, and you're talking about people that are taller. In the
Why are you trying to explain this to me, Claudio? I thought you said earlier the explanation wasn't worth my time. Why are you trying to explain?
I think shorter people outdo taller people comes to running. But men versus women, it's not the same thing. It's like adults versus kids. They have a biological advantage. And I've seen cases where men out of shape box women and win. I've never seen.
Sure, and as long as both people agree to the competition, they've both acknowledged there's a possibility that they're going to win and that there's a possibility that they're going to lose. Just because a man competes with a woman does not mean that woman is inherently going to lose. The exact same way that a shorter person is not inherently going to lose against a taller person at track and field. Yes, the shorter person is going to have to work harder than the taller person.
Yeah, I know, but
a person who trains in a low elevation country is going to have to work harder because they're not going to have the facilities that a country with high elevations are going to be able to have to stress train people's lungs to run. None of that has to do with anything but the circumstance.
Well, this is why women are protesting.
Seriously, you do.
He's an asshole. Quit being a little bitch, all right?
He's asking for GangsterGhost to talk on his show. Hey, GangsterGhost show doesn't appreciate cursing on it. So first and foremost, could you not curse on your supposed friend's show? And secondly, could you let your supposed friend talk on his show?
Go ahead, Gangster.
Hell.
Okay. Sorry. I seen one of the top basketball players Well, time is a short guy.
Hey, Claudio, could
Does
you
it not seem
apologize
fine
to
to keep
Gangster
women?
Ghost for
You just
cursing on his show?
interrupting him right now. No, I'm not going to apologize to him. Go
You're not
ahead.
going to apologize for cursing on
No,
Gangster Ghost show? Why not?
this is an open panel.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to curse on his show. He's asked that
Are you
people not
Gangster
curse on his
Ghost?
show. You're not going to apologize for cursing on Gangster
No,
Ghost show? Why not?
no.
No, why not?
Go ahead, gangster.
No, but why not, Claudio? Why aren't you going to apologize?
You can finish your
Claudio,
thought.
Claudio, why aren't you going to apologize? He's your friend, and you just broke a rule on his show. He doesn't appreciate when people cuss on his show, and you cussed on his show. Why aren't you going to apologize?
Gangster, is that a rule on your show?
I don't know,
Okay.
but I just want to
Do
say.
you feel like
Oh, yeah. Put him on the spot. Just put him on the spot. You know, like a really good friend. Just put him on the spot and then expect a certain answer once you put him under pressure. Yeah, that's not surprising behavior from you whatsoever,
Do you
Claudio. But
feel
he's
like
your
that?
good friend, right?
Do
He's
you
your good
feel like-
friend, and that's why you
You're not
interrupted
letting me
him,
talk.
and that's
You're
why you
such a
overtalked
hypocrite. You're
him,
such a
and
hypocrite.
yeah, I know. He
Hypocrite.
cursed on his show.
Hypocrite.
No, it's no big deal as long as you do it, though, right? It's no big deal as long as you curse on his show.
Hypocrite.
Hey, Gangster Ghost, if I ever cussed on your show, I apologize for that. You see how easy that is, Claudio? You see how I used language to express an apology to her? It's actually quite
Yes,
easy to
it's an empty
apologize as long as you're not
apology.
weighed
You're
down
gonna
with
do it
pride.
again.
As long as you're
You're
not
gonna do it
weighed
again.
down with pride and this notion that you're just superior to other people,
my
it's actually
God.
quite easy to apologize to other
All right,
people. I'll do
gangster,
it again.
I'll talk to you later.
Gangster Ghost, buddy, if I ever cursed on your show, I apologize for that, my friend. I'm really sorry. See, I did it twice in the time that you haven't even been able to
Don't
do
cuss
it
again.
once.
Don't
See,
cuss
if we're
again.
gonna do a competition, if the sport is being able to apologize, then I'm just whooping your butt right now, Claudio. Just apologize. Yeah,
Bro.
apologize.
Poor gangster.
Sorry.
Don't be
No,
sorry.
Lupin won't apologize because his pride is wrapped up in not apologizing now. And as the Bible says, pride is something that you should listen to at all times throughout the day. You should heed your pride and worldly things and that carnal mind. Those are things that you should listen to and heed when you're in conversations. And then you should just leave with your tail between your legs, when somebody's holding you to account for your egregious behavior. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, did your dad try to go and tell you to go help him again? Is that what you're going to say, Lupin?
Sorry.
No, you don't have anything to be sorry for. He should be sorry to you because he broke a rule on your show. The fact that he wasn't willing to apologize there says everything it needs to. It's not about sports. It's a Trojan horse to force. It's a Trojan horse to force women. Oh, the chat's going too fast here. Oh my goodness. It's not about sports. It's a Trojan horse to force trans women out of public life, and it's working. Data and evidence show doesn't matter. It's all based on gut feelings and emotions and people's misconceptions about who is and who and isn't trans women are. The fact that we lost the debate is troubling because now that can be used as a beachhead to further roll back trans rights, which was the plan all along. Of course, that was the plan all along. The plan ultimately is to make people conform to a very specific set of social circumstances. The very same thing happened with the gay movement in the 90s and the 2000s. The very same thing happened with black people a couple hundred years ago. All right? It's the exact, we just need to come up with a bunch of misconceptions and we need to fearmonger. All right? As long as we make these people an out group and we pump everybody's heads full of fear about that out group is perpetrating horrible, malicious things upon our society. And oh my gosh, don't we need to unite to stop them? Never mind the fact that they're marginalized, that they're pushed to the side, that ultimately they want nothing more than to live their lives the way that they want them to be lived. No, we can't allow that because that doesn't conform with how we want society to be run.
How are you today, Ron?
I'm good. I made Claudio leave the show with his tail between his legs twice in a row, so that was pretty fun.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. But Ron, what do you think of that video yesterday? It was so sad. Are you there, Ron? What the? He disappeared. Are you there, asshole? Are you? But truth is, what he says is not true. It's not the same thing. Only thing, this it's just like what Bill Maher said. This revolution reminded me more like this communist thing back in this one country the, where these one people go around attacking people. Oh, oh, who's this?
Lupin thought for a
Oh,
moment it
hi.
was going to be
How are
safe
you?
to go back on. I don't think so, buddy.
Oh,
Not today. See,
oh,
I think that Christian's approach with Dan versus my approach with Dan is kind of mirrored with me and AJ's approaches to Lupin, because whereas Christian is like a surgeon and like picks Dan apart methodically, I just kind of like brute force my way through Dan's arguments. And I think me and AJ are very much so opposites on that when it comes to Lupin. Like AJ just like bashes Lupin's head in with a tire iron every single time they encounter each other. And I kind of do that as well, but I'd like to think that I'm a bit more conscious of the arguments at hand rather than just trying to do ponage. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely an element of ponage as well, but you got to balance the two. You got to balance the scales.
oh, but the Dan is a what? Are you alright, asshole? Are you there?
Oh no,
Are,
Azo's
are you alright?
gone.
He's still there, but I think he probably walked away or something. He's JFK. JFK.
Look, I do. I think that there are numerous things in life that can predispose you to be advantageous in a sport. There is a condition out there that prevents people from being able to feel pain in any way, shape, or form. And that allows people to fight longer. That allows people to run longer. That allows people to push themselves further than somebody who could feel pain would be able to go. Should we just exclude them from ever being able to compete in any sport ever? Because they have an inherent advantage? No, of
Is
course
that
not.
rare?
Of course not. We should not bar people from being able to compete in sports just because they have a condition outside of their control that affects how they compete.
Like
I'm
this guy.
consistent on that. I don't think that people should be I don't think that people should be discriminated for any of those inherent conditions that have nothing to do with themselves.
There's you,
But
Aiden.
that was. Do you have the gangster Aiden? There you go. There you go. There's the gangster Aiden. Oh my goodness. I just saw a watermelon there wearing a beanie.
Scott, he kind of looks Amish with his beard.
He kind of does look Amish, doesn't he?
Can't feel
He's got that. He's got I also detect lumberjack from him. I get a very strong lumberjack vibe. I could
And also,
also see like lobster fisherman, or he could be like getting like Alaskan crab right on the Bering Strait. You know, basically any blue collar work when you really think about it. He
I think
fits it well.
Miss Mod, she left. She's not on YouTube right now. She said she's taking a break.
Good for her. I think that's a good idea. I think everybody needs breaks occasionally from this.
Yeah,
crap.
I did. I had to have them, a few of them. So I quit streaming for a while, or even now, still haven't streamed.
In that case, simply have spots with no distinction between male or female or disability. I agree.
Uh,
I agree. I think that as
they shouldn't
long
have
as two
special weapons.
competitors understand who their as long as an athlete understands who their competitor is, they're made aware of the rules, and both competitors agree to those rules and agree to compete, then the competition should be allowed to go through, and the results of that competition should stand.
Uh, yeah. But oh yeah.
Anyways, let's get back to Steven Anderson so that Claude can come on.
Yeah. Come on, Claude. We're talking about Steve Anderson. Oh, Dan's gonna be having a show tonight. He had a show last night, but it was exactly from Asia. Is that weird?
Oh yeah, I heard Christian's going to be doing a teaching tomorrow on your channel about speaking in tongues.
Yeah. Do you speak in tongues?
You hear that they're almost
I do
done
when I
building
stub my
the
big
second
toe.
Tower of Babel.
We say, uh,
I talk in tongues when I stub my big toe.
Les venons dimanche in la Tower de Babel. See, I thought it was going to be a funny joke because then I'd start speaking in other languages, but nah, it didn't work.
you know, Dan had a show last night. That was crazy. It was right from Asia. It
I
was
thought
weird.
Dan was too busy with his tax-free missionary work.
It's in his. It was weird. He had a live from Asia.
I'm sure that Dan doesn't ever go to the beach in the Philippines. I'm sure Dan doesn't take a moment for himself while he's there. He's only there to make sure that people get benefit. Every moment that you're there laying on the beach, Dan, that's a moment that some hungry child could be fed. That's a moment that somebody who's never heard the word of God in an almost exclusively Christian country
Oh,
couldn't hear the word of God. You want to do real missionary work, Dan? Go to North Sentinel Island. Go to the remote tribes in the Amazon. Stop trying to convert people who are already Christians to your particular brand of Christianity.
oh! I
Climb
found
the
a
ice
video.
wall and educate the people that are in Antarctica. They need
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Why don't you go to Hyperborea, Dan? Go and teach them a thing or two.
Yeah, I found a video. One of Anderson's sons talking, John Anderson. He has his own channel.
You know what missionary work I'd respect? If Dan went to like the extreme southern Philippines, which is predominantly Muslim, and tried preaching to actual non-Christians the word of God. That I would actually be able to have a level of respect for. But he's just going and talking to people who already believe everything that he believes anyway, just a slightly different version of it. And he goes to them and he feeds them and he tells them about his version of Jesus, and he gets to pat himself on the back and feel better about himself while he's laying on the beach, tax-free.
What's
Hi,
in
Paul.
Lenox, Alabama?
I don't know.
Yes, the lad.
Hi, Claude. I found a channel of Steve Anderson's son.
Before we
Oh,
talk
yeah.
about, I won't get back into it, but I will just ask, Claude, did you see me clobber Lupin twice in a row there? Because that was pretty funny.
No, I was just having a shower, so I'll have to listen back to that one. Yeah,
It was pretty good. It was one of my better. It was one of my better
I
anti-Lupin
shall
screens, and
enjoy that.
I didn't even need to bully him or make fun of him in any way, shape, or form. I didn't even like really insult him all that much at all. I just picked his arguments apart, and he ran away.
It's a battle of wits against the unarmed. He's
That's true.
just a loser. But never mind. He's one of God's children, which is what makes me happy that I'm not.
Yeah, right. Heaven is no place for me if he's going to be there. That's for sure.
But imagine being stuck there with Lupin, Dustin, Hovind,
A stump.
Anderson, and all those absolute pieces of shite. I thought it was funny it was terrible tech for Dan's broadcast from the Philippines, and then the music was awful. And then he had these girls, the girls were dancing. I said, they're either doing the mosquito swatting dance or the the bridal dance for a mail order. So no, I'm sure that
They're
Dan could
training
act
their
as an
next recruit.
agent.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to interview him and ask him how he met his wife and what did it cost, and was the immigration for her was okay. Oh, the other thing that on that I must put it up. He talked about we need to be under one, one world, and we're all one. It sounded like a one world government argument. Under God. So I must put that one up. And then Stephen said, after this appalling dancing and stuff, Stephen said, see, that's how people praise the Lord all over the world. And I'm thinking, oh, what a load of shit. It's just, it
Oh
was
my
awful.
gosh. I'm sure that he really cares about the horribly choreographed dance that even Dan forgot about a couple of hours later.
Mm. Look, it's not too bad. I don't blame those people. I just think it's a
Right.
pity they've been sucked in by these lunatics. Like Dan is a big shot over in the Philippines. Imagine
My
what the
problem
standard is.
my problem, right, is that he acts like what he's doing is like no different than the like apostles in the Bible when they go out and they get persecuted by people, and they're they're getting rocks thrown at them and they're getting martyred for their beliefs. He thinks he's no different from then, when in reality he's just going into a bunch of communities he's probably already familiar with at this point, and going and preaching to a bunch of people who are already Christians and trying to cajole them with food to try and join his particular version of Christianity. It's I mean, if that's what you want to do to feel better about yourself, go ahead, but don't pretend like it's some grandstanding, amazing work that you're doing all for anything really but your own ego.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't care otherwise. It's this false bullshit. This like,
Right?
you
I
know,
said something. I said something to Lupin, so I got to say something to you as well. We're trying to mind the
yeah.
language.
All right, bull's wool. It's this false
There we go.
bull's wool.
There we go.
Yeah, I withdraw and apologize. And and so he goes over there and he's like the great white Bwana, you know, going to share the gospel. And he mentioned, I think he said three words in Filipino language, Tagalog, I think it's called, but that was it.
Yeah,
And he mentioned he's been going there for 13 years.
yeah.
13
I
years
I
and you
worked
can
I
speak
worked in a
three.
kitchen with
Mm,
Filipinos for like 4
mm,
years, and I've forgotten it since because I haven't been working there in like 7 years at this point. But I knew a fair few words in Tagalog.
yeah.
It's uh it's an interesting language for sure,
Mm.
but yeah, to think that, you know, you think he'd pick up a couple more than just basic hello, goodbye, like
I mean,
it would
the other
benefit him to
alternative
perhaps
is,
like learn the language to fluency. His wife knows
well,
it fluently,
I know
certainly.
some missionary people, and I have known them in the past, and they're dedicated ones. They do learn the language. They do everything they can to absorb themselves into the culture, as opposed to the other way around. And Dan does nothing, just nothing. And I think it's quite a joke. I wonder if they really see through him. They
Well, I
just sort
mean,
of, mm,
it's nothing but, oh, the Catholic missionaries are giving you a certain amount of food. Well, I'll give you more food if you come to our church. It's like, wow, okay, that's some great proselytizing right there.
but I had a lot of fun with the Stephen Anderson thing. I mean, it's appalling. It's just appalling what the revelations that have come out about Anderson and his wife. She's just as bad. And in some cases, I've just been in a bit of a conversation with one of the sons, John, and John said his mother is worse than Stephen. Stephen will often, he goes into rages, but realizes what he's done, and he but pulls back. She has just got no feelings, nothing, just an automaton. Beat the shit out of the kids, and then he beats her. And then now he's claimed apparently somewhere, because Powell has come up with it, that it's called spousal discipline and you're allowed to do it. And then his son has actually come out and said that Stephen Anderson is now, it says, that he's into BDSM. So he's looking for every excuse.
Yeah.
And it's just I mean, it's comical if it's not so real and sad. That's why I look at it. So I put one up there, Ghost. I don't know if you've seen it. It's only about 3 minutes, and it first 2 minutes is Anderson's son's talking about his BDSM, and then I've put a comedy BDSM clip up, and said, was this what he was up to in the bedroom? But I mean, it's a bit, I mean, I don't want to make light of it because, and many people, especially when they've listened to the daughter, and I don't know why that is, because the sons, I believe, are genuine too, but the daughter's testimony capped it off. She is very genuine, and when Stephen will say things, I never punched my wife in the face, right? But what he doesn't say is what else he did: hit her with electrical cords and a riding crop, you know.
Yeah.
But
I
he'll
mean,
say
like,
he picks on one thing: I never punched her in the face, and that's probably true.
it'd be much easier if you didn't abuse your spouse to just say, I have never abused my spouse. I can say that completely
Yeah.
legitimately. I have never once put my hands on any woman in my life once. And
Well,
nor would
I
I
have,
ever
but in
want
other
to.
ways.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. You know
I,
what I mean, you
I'm
dirty
being
clothes, you.
pedantic.
Yes, yes.
I'm being a frog. Um,
That is
but
right,
now
yes.
Matt Powell has joined in, and I'll give him credit. I've put a clip of that up too. Matt Powell has joined, and that's quite a big deal for this fundy to diss another fundy. So I'll give him
I
credit for
agree.
that. But I
I
have called him out, and I've put alongside it the clip of Hovan boasting about beating his kid at the dentist. And I said, you need to
Yeah.
call that out, Matt Powell. You need to call that out, because he won't.
I'm not that either offense is inherently better or worse than the other one, but to me, beating a child is one of the most egregious things that you can do as a human being, because a child is inherently much less capable of defending
Yeah.
themselves, And I'm not saying that it's at all right to do it to anybody whatsoever, but when
No.
you think about the age difference and the size difference between both of them, I mean, the child doesn't stand a chance whatsoever in any regard, nor would they ever even really fight back most of the time. So it's just absolutely
Oh,
awful. You're right. And the fact that he doesn't call that out is concerning. And honestly, I have to say this. I was saying this earlier in the conversation. I can't give him full props for that, because I feel like the reason why he's jumping on that bandwagon is because Steven Anderson did such a good job at destroying Kent in that one debate. So now Kent's flunky sees that, he's
Good
up for
even.
grabs and that they can discredit him. So surely enough, here he is out. What I'm saying is that what he said was good, but I have to be suspicious of the reasons why he said it.
I know what you mean. And when he talks about him screaming, well, I remember there's a few clips on the internet of Powell screaming, like really
Yeah.
screaming at abuse. So it's all a bit hypocritical, isn't it? But I'm quite glad that he has had a go. But I want to see him go a step further now and call out his hero Hovind. And I don't believe he will.
oh,
Mhm.
yeah, John Anderson, he has his own channel
Oh,
too.
good. Now make sure you watch that clip of mine of Hovind.
I
Did
did.
you like that? And then did you like the scene at the end from that comedy show with the guy on the riding crop? Did you see that?
Well, I seen the one earlier about their what they do in their bedroom.
Yeah, the
I think I
BDSM.
watched it.
And then did you see the clip I put from a comedy TV series up with a guy and he's got
Yeah.
this cane and he's flexing it, and then she grabs it, she says, "I am your French teacher," and then he's taking his trousers off and bends over the bed. She's whacks him with it. He says, "No, no, no." He says, "I'm a sadist, not a masochist. You've got it wrong, you stupid woman." It's You can play it. It's very funny. If you haven't watched it, Aidan, you must watch it. It's so funny. That's from a great TV series, quite old now. And
Was that based
huh?
on you?
You know who I can think more reliable. That does sound absolutely hilarious, by the way, Claude. But do you know who I think most reliably are people who aren't into BDSM, people who aren't into all of these like different things, which is perfectly fine if you're into
Yeah,
it and you're
yeah.
doing it consensually. That's fine. But the people who I can assume with more confidence aren't into it are the people who aren't mentioning it all the time. You know, it
Yes.
always seems to be these people who are constantly speaking about out against homosexuality and
Oh,
out
yes.
against all these horrible fetishes and out against depravity that are always practicing it themselves because they think that if they admonish it enough publicly, then that's going to make them like above suspicion. It's a classic piece of human psychology. Whereas in reality, if you're not engaging in that, then you're not thinking about it.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
not
and I
thinking
have
about
no,
it. You're not going around and
yeah,
talking about it all the time.
I have no problem with that between consenting adults. But what
Of
I'm
course.
slightly worried about, nobody's brought this up yet, is what if both Stephen and Saxana, or whatever her name is that's what I call her, Saxana. What they're into BDSM, and what if they bring their kids into it? Because their beatings are so bad that you wonder what's behind it all. I really, and I mean that
You know,
seriously. I'm very concerned
most of the
about
time
that.
I'm willing to give people the benefit of the doubt on that, but you're right. You can't help but wonder if they are so into it themselves and doing it to each other that if that was indeed a component of why they were doing it the way that they were to their child. I mean, I can't say that definitively. There's no evidence of that at all. But unfortunately, when it comes to people that are known to engage in egregiously horrible behavior towards their children, you can't leave it out as a possibility either.
Yeah, it would be horrible, but it's something that crossed my mind. That there's something deeper here. You know, and it's a pattern of abuse, and it's appalling abuse. I don't know what they ever thought the kids would do when they became adults. Well, one is still technically a minor, but she's near enough to being full adult. They've all rejected Anderson, so he's doing something wrong. So I put up the thing: 4 kids and counting have rejected Stephen Anderson. You know, and my guess is by the end it'll be 12. And the daughter was so good. She says it's really sad. Why, they're unhappy people, why can't they decide to devote their lives to their family and raising them rightly and having a wonderful family life and get some enjoyment instead of leading the miserable lives that they lead? And, I have big admiration for her in saying that. And she says she still loves her parents. That's part of the reason I know she's genuine. She's not making this stuff up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, people who exhibit those kinds of awful behaviors typically got it from, if not their parents, then
Yes.
somebody else in their lives. It's residual trauma working its way through people. That's not always the case, but it's typically the case. And if she has decided to be the one to break that cycle and break away from those horrible tendencies, then, I mean, good on her. Seriously.
Did,
Good on
did you
both of
hear the
them
bit?
for coming out and speaking about it.
You know that she's been living with Anderson's brother, her uncle. Did you hear
That I did
Anderson
not
try
know.
and diss him? Did you hear what Anderson said about him? He
No,
s-
no, I
he
didn't.
tried to imply there was some improper. He says, "My beautiful 17-year-old daughter living with my 49-year-old brother." That's really. He was
Oh my
insinuating.
gosh.
Oh yes, it was terrible, and
Why are you even thinking about that, about your own
Well,
daughter?
that's what he, my beautiful, and they want to steal her from me, and which is just rubbish. And then, they've now got a 4-year-old daughter of their own, but they don't want her. They want my set. Why would you want her when you can have my beautiful, articulate 17-year-old daughter? And she is beautiful and articulate, but that's not the point. He's being very creepy about that, and it's
Yeah,
rubbish.
like
I mean,
you don't invoke
thank
those
God for
things
his.
without there
Yeah.
being some level of subtext.
Yeah, well, so he says that, so he casts that into the mixture. This is a typical thing. And then you know what he goes on and says, and I've put the copy of this interview up. Of his his defense, and he says, of course, my brother, God didn't give my brother kids naturally. He had to have he had test tube babies, and of course, he murdered about 97 babies to get his kid. This is what he's saying. This is true. I'm
Oh
not
my
making this
god.
up. Yeah, it's
By
absolutely
that logic,
appalling. Mm,
I'm
mm,
I'm sure I'm sure Stephen Anderson that you followed the scripture and have never spilled your seed one time. I'm sure it
mm,
hasn't touched anything but the womb of your wife over the course of
mm,
your life, right, Stephen? Give me a
mm.
break.
Oh,
Give me a break. Like the
it's
idea,
really appalling. Mm,
no, it is. And it's just none of this whatsoever would be needed to be talked about if these people didn't feel the need to rail against these things publicly while practicing exactly those same things that they call depravity in private. It's
mm.
so often the case. And it's why I can't help but say that people like, Lupin and Stephen Bolin and all these people that are so anti homosexual and so anti this and anti that, but they'll talk about all these horrible graphic details about, according to them, horrible graphic details about these people doing sexual acts on each other. And, people like Lupin, they'll go into it in such vivid detail, but they'll promise you up and down that they don't have any of those feelings whatsoever. It's just so typical.
Oh my God! So it's been a really busy week. I have put up a heap of clips because of
I
this.
saw that. You're short. You've been a little short factory this past week.
Oh, it's just driving me crazy. And, and Hovind and his bloody cars. And, once again, tell you what, you're expendable. I thought he might have said, look, Laszlo, my mechanic, he gave great service and we're very sad. And we contacted the family and we're giving them some form of Christian farewell or something. No, nothing. Until we didn't know about it until he decides he wants to get rid of all the cars.
No,
Um,
he
and
brought it up to elicit sympathy in people. He's like, my mechanic died, trying to get people
when he
like, oh
died on
no,
me.
that's really sad. I feel so sorry. Didn't Kent say that he knows all about this and that about cars and he can fix this and that
Yeah,
about different cars?
I,
Yeah, why don't you get under the hood and
oh,
do
he did
something for
actually say
yourself
he
for once
could,
rather than
but
rely on your
he,
life, Kent?
funnily enough, he did the old thing. My daddy taught me I could fix this car, but got better things to do. What a load of bollocks! Why not just admit
Yeah, I'm
that
sure
he
I'm sure
couldn't fix the car?
Kent, who is literally so obsessed with money that he gave up 9 years of his life for the sake of trying to hoard as much of it like Saruman the dragon in Lord of the Rings or whatever his name was. It wasn't Saruman. It was a different name, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But like a dragon in Tolkien, just hoarding as much wealth to yourself as possible. I'm sure Kent would absolutely rather pay for a mechanic to fix a vehicle rather than just fixing it himself. It's almost like he can't fix it and he needs somebody to do it for him.
So only a few
It's
months
just
ago,
ridiculous.
he's
But
always
like you said,
yeah.
real quick,
Hmm?
it's like what you said about the mechanic. He didn't focus on the mechanic whatsoever. He used this horrible tragedy that was the death of this mechanic as a means to try and promote the fact that he has a problem. What about me? What about me? You need to solve
Hmm.
my problem. Me. Just like the drowning of the boy. It's all about, well,
Yeah.
what about my Dinosaur Adventureland? Here's a flyer. Come check out Dinosaur Adventureland. Everybody else had a great time.
Bill Sardi, his vitamin guy, used to promote him all the time. When he died, he never said a thing until a few months later, and he might have grudgingly admitted it. So he's expendable. Oh, great guy, my trustee of my ministry, blah, 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 blah. Oh, he's dead. Oh, well, too bad. Move on. Never mind. Now he's got some other sucker doing the same thing. I mean, he is just such cold. And it's a trait, it's common. Stephen Anderson, Ken Hovind, very, very similar character traits. In fact,
His
they
wife
were
is
best
expendable.
mates until till Anderson called Hovind out about his misinterpretation of the scriptures over divorce, and that was one good thing that Anderson did. So they then didn't become good mates anymore. But
Yeah.
they're
Well, like think
very, very similar. Independent, fundamental Baptists, not normal Baptists. I don't have a problem. I know many people who are Baptists. That's not an issue. They're the IFB. They're just a bunch of shockers.
yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. There's not a single person in Kent Hovind's life who is indispensable and unexpendable except for Kent Hovind. Like Joe Hovind got thrown under the bus and had to serve prison time. His first ever wife got absolutely thrown under the bus, had to serve time that she wouldn't have had to have served if Kent didn't put her up to structuring like he had,
Mm.
and blamed her to the extent that he did. That wouldn't have happened if he would have taken some responsibility and shared some of that burden with her. They probably would still be married to this day.
Yeah.
But she's expendable. His own son is expendable to him because clearly the only times that he ever brings Eric up anymore is to try and elicit, say, "Oh, look at me. My own son doesn't even get along with me anymore. My own son betrayed me. What about that? Oh, bring back the Ica stones, Eric. Bring back the Swiss Army knife and my underwear." Like that's the only time he ever brings up his son. So there is
Mm.
legitimately his own family, his flesh and blood is not something that is unexpendable to Kent. So there's literally nothing in this man's life that he isn't willing to give up and throw to the side if it means elevating him just one iota higher or keeping him from being lowered one iota.
Yes, well, the famous extract of a phone call from prison to Joe, and she says, "Well, some things need to change," blah blah blah, and he says, "Maybe it's you needs to change," and blah blah. It goes on the attack. And you know what she says at the end of that conversation? "Yes, sir." And when she said that, she sounded like a broken woman. So that's your Kent for you. He's a shocker, and I'll always remember that conversation. It's up on, you can find it somewhere. But
And
she
there's
was a
not a
broken
moment of
woman.
regret from Kent either. There's not a
No, not
moment
at
of
all. He's always
realization, not
right.
a, "Oh my God, I just ballsed up that entire conversation there. Maybe I should say something about
But
that." No.
I'm afraid you can't say balls on the Gangster Ghost show.
Hey, that's an Achilles rule. That's an
Ah,
Achilles
yes,
rule.
yes. Dick is in, but balls are out.
Yes. Sorry, we'll have to put a little censorship block over your last name for the entirety of the stream. We'll have to put like a little blurring effect over it so that none of these poor innocent children Dan brings onto the
Oh yeah.
platform have to be exposed to the. Did you see that? He was talking about, my children were around when you were saying curse words. It's like, oh my gosh, Dan. Yeah, have you ever heard of headphones?
I mean, and also he's the one that put his kids up to coming on, and
No, not
and
even that. No, there was
the
a
kids.
separate incident since
Oh,
then. It was just a few days ago when he was on, and um, Dan got he got all in a tizzy because people said things that were untoward towards him, and he was like, "Oh, my kids heard that. I'm in a public place right now." It's like, well, if you're in a public place, then it's your responsibility to ensure that certain people can't hear what's being said.
I think the kids actually know a lot more about Dan than we give them credit for. I,
Yeah,
I think the wife does as well, but however, you know, it
I
just,
really didn't think
I'd love
Dan
to
was
be
that bad
friends
of a
with.
guy in the
Mm,
beginning. I really didn't. I
No,
thought that he was a pretty decent
yeah,
person,
I'd
but
love to
like,
be friends with these guys and all of them, and just have differences of opinion. we're friends with Mark Stoney, but we probably have a huge differences of opinion. Same with Christian Pike, even with GangsterGhost on a theological basis. But we're good friends. There's no
Yeah,
problem.
me and
But
Gangster were literally just
yeah,
arguing earlier in the show about trans issues because we
yeah,
disagree about those,
yeah,
but we can still be friends.
yeah.
We've never not
So
been friends.
yeah, so it's just these guys are just can't say the word because they're not allowed on this show. But they really are, and I'm so sad about that. Oh.
Well, I am going to go and make myself some lunch. I have some chili waiting on me here that is going to be very lovely. So I'm going to go and enjoy that, and I bid
Sorry about
thee
that.
farewell, and I hope
Do you
all of
call
you
it
have a very good day. Yes.
do you call that a chili dog? Is that what they call it, chili dog in
No,
America?
I'm gonna get some toast ready for it because you can't have chili without at least some bread. But ideally, you gotta have some toast with that butter on it. That's how you
What's a
properly enjoy a bowl of
what's
chili.
a chili dog?
A chili dog. A chili
Yeah.
dog is a hot dog with chili on it.
Oh,
It's quite good.
oh, when I come over, I've got to try all these things.
Oh, a chili dog is absolutely fantastic. Now, I'm not a big corn dog fan. I know a lot of
What's a
people are
corn
big
dog?
corn. A corn dog is a breaded hot dog.
Oh,
Now, it's not breaded in the way that like you put a bun around it. It's breaded in the same way that like a fried chicken is breaded.
oh, that's interesting. So, what's a cornhole then?
You know what? You'll have to
What?
you'll have to look that one up after the show, Mr. Cladber.
So a corn dog and a cornhole don't go hand in hand. Is
No,
that what you said?
no, I'm afraid if someone has told you to get cornholed, they're not telling you to get a snack.
Oh, yeah, because someone said to me the other day, says you should go eat cornhole, and I thought they meant corn dog.
That person was not being kind to you, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Ah, next time I see them, I shall have to have it out with them.
There you go. There you go. You're gonna have chicken stir fry. Nice, Speedy Romans. That sounds pretty tasty. You know, I don't mind stir fry, but I've always been a rice stir fry over a noodle stir fry kind of guy personally. Because the noodles, most people when they make stir fry, they overcook the noodles and they're either crispy or they're way too soft and you don't have any real texture to them anymore. So for me, you got to have that rice with that stir fry. All right. Well, corn batter. That's true. Azo, I'm about to leave the show, so you'll actually have a moment or two to be able to say something now. You're welcome to come back on. I'll talk with you guys later. You guys have a good one.
Sorry about
Good
that.
to talk. Good to talk. It's been fun. Well, and serious at the same time.
Ooh, can I show you this about John Anderson?
Yeah, just
interview, but have private conversations. I can give you my siblings' phone numbers. You can call them. You can ask them the tough questions, and you can then make your decision based on those.
What information are they going to tell me, John, that I don't know?
So you're saying you know that he beat his wife with spousal punishment?
I asked him the questions that I needed to ask, and he answered them truthfully, and it doesn't contradict anything you're saying.
The following video is a recording of a conversation between myself and Pastor Shelley that took place on the phone last Friday, September 20th, the day after Pastor Shelley released an episode of his podcast, The Baptist Bias, addressing the situation with my dad, Pastor Steven Anderson, and the allegations of child abuse and spousal abuse made against him. During this conversation, Pastor Shelley was not aware that he was being recorded and therefore spoke a lot more freely. Pastor Shelley gives his opinion on whether or not he thinks my dad actually did the things he was accused of, what my dad told him in personal conversation, his opinions on whether or not spousal abuse, or as he likes to call it, spousal corporal punishment, is wrong, and whether or not it is wrong for a pastor to mislead his church members. Some of the things said in this video contradict what Pastor Shelley said. And
Hi, Brother Pike.
Howdy, howdy.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Good. Here's Claude. He's a
Howdy,
Claude.
Claude.
Hello.
Hello.
Have you been engaging any in spousal corporal punishment lately?
I mean, not much, not any more than usual.
Right, right, right. Yes, you get a bit sick of it after a while, don't you? You know.
It's not like it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Did you see that show last night of Dan from the Philippines?
No, I did not.
I think some of it I ended up getting tired and go leave and went to bed. But but Claude seen it,
Yes, it
right?
was a technical disaster, of course, as to be expected.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see any. I was driving tanks yesterday, Logan.
Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Better be careful, Claude. He could come for you with his big tank.
Maybe my barrel is bigger.
Oh my god.
Oh no. But do you know that Dustin? It was so funny. On one of my videos, he said that uh uh Brother Pike is girly. Why he has his
Yeah, how's that aging for you, Dustin?
it's funny. What do you think of that, Claude?
Brother Pike is what? What did he say? He's what?
Girly way he handles himself, I guess.
Oh, God. Well, I don't take any notice of what Dustin says, anyways. He's a fool.
It was crazy, right, Brother Pike?
I mean, I don't mince words. You know, other people, where's Big Bama? Where's Big Bama tonight? You know, I want to tell him off. He's too nice to people. Well, I call it like it is. If you're a fool, you're a fool.
Mods in the comments. You're wrong. You
Howdy,
want too
Mod.
low.
Howdy, Speedy
I
Roll.
want to make sure Maud watched the link to the video I sent her. Have you, can you tell? I can't read her comments at the moment. Did she? Did she?
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah,
How can I read the
forever
comments?
young. Yeah,
I can't read the
I
comments,
don't
can
know.
I? No.
Oh, well, I could do this for you.
What's Maud saying? Will she accept spousal punishment from me if we ever get married?
Sometimes you
Yeah,
gotta
would
straighten them out.
yeah, that's crazy.
You know, Claude, it it really hurts me more than it does her when I'm beating up on
Yeah, eat this. This is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. Yeah, right.
her.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
right.
There's his son.
To answer
Yeah,
missing Mod, the fates came together and arranged that I should drive a tank.
Well, John Anderson said that one morning on Easter, on an Easter Sunday, they were outside. The kids were making Easter photos. I don't know what they are. At 9 in the morning, then Stephen and his wife had a blazing row. Then they went into the bedroom and had mad, passionate sex for 5 minutes. Came out and had a blazing row again. Resumed the row.
None of that is information that I needed.
Well, I know, but it's out there now. It's so far.
They
It's
need
just
to
crazy.
rein it back
Stephen
in.
has tried to say that he's into BDSM or something. I mean, it doesn't. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. It's so bad. But what's sad is the kids. You know, they've been dragged into this. That's the sad thing. I don't care about Stephen and Sucksana or whatever her name is, but I do care about the kids. It's terrible. Mm.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody wants to publish their private life. I'm not interested.
Yeah, well, Stephen did. He's the one that brought up the bit about the BDSM. Now his son has said, "Oh, well, since you brought it up, Dad, I'm now going to talk about it." It's just a terrible situation, but
Hmm.
and it gives it leads to derision and laughing at the person for being so stupid.
But
Ugh.
Brother Pike, I thought you love to talk about love to get into people's private life.
That's a little bit too private, Logan.
There's too much information. Is that the phrase?
It was a bit much.
T
Is
I
Big
am.
Bad Mama in the chat? Is he around at the moment?
He wasn't there earlier. People would like to take on
So
it, so T.
Mod is still here.
Yeah, she's still here.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but that just kind of stuff just should never come out in the public.
Look at John
No.
Annis. Yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. It was great about his daughter came out and all that stuff. Is that crazy? You know, Matt Powell even said that uh that Steve Anderson should step down.
Exactly. I know. And
Yeah, I'm
I
sure
put
that
a
Stephen
clip
Anderson.
of
Oh,
that
well,
up
Matt
now.
Powell said that, so I better hurry up and step down.
Yeah. No. Well, I did point out that Hovind, on the same basis, should step down too. He's done some similar things, but of course, Powell is never going to say that. But I will give Powell credit for actually coming out and calling it like it is on Stephen
Is Stephen
Anderson.
Anderson part of the Independent Fundamentalist Baptist?
Yes,
Yep, the
yes,
new
yeah.
one.
Is Matt part of that?
He was, well, maybe still, but because Matt admitted that if he'd known what Stephen was like when he was friends with him, he'd have spoken out earlier. So he's just spoken out now because he claims he didn't know what he was like, and that may be true.
I was Bruce is part of that group, and he had sent me a link the other day to a conference where they were doing like a ministers conference or something. And so I watched some of it, and then I read up on the website for the church that was hosting it, which I think is one of the churches he visits, and just reading through some of their beliefs and stuff like that. And it's not really that much different than a lot of other things. There were a couple of things that stood out to me that I thought were kind of strange. Like on their website, they specifically mentioned that they take communion with non-alcoholic wine, which I thought was just kind of strange. I don't know. Um, but I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about it.
Well, I think the main thing is that each, because most Baptist churches they're pretty independent, but they have an over a body that if you've got an issue you can go to. Some not a governing body, but an association, independent, fundamental. They answer to no one. So Stephen is very keen to put out there. He's the boss of his church. If you don't like it, you can off. And yeah, so there's no an overarching body that if you've got an issue that you can complain to. So I think they're very independent, and that
Yeah, I mean, I
allows people
understand
like
that
Amos.
that mentality because the superstructure of denominations does cause a lot of problems, but you could also go so far in the other direction that it also isolates you to a point where there's no oversight at all. So I think the
Yes,
truth is probably somewhere in the middle on that.
like I mean, Stephen will have deacons and elders. Is that what they call them? I'm sure, but
Yeah,
he's probably the boss of them. It meant to be the other way around,
Yeah.
but
Well, I mean,
you
I
can
do
be
believe
pretty.
that a pastor ought to be the headship of a church. I think that's correct, but I don't think it's wrong for there to be a hierarchy of ministry where everybody has somebody to answer to. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but those big denominations take it to extremes where the pastor can't even think for himself.
So is Big Bad Mama going to come on? Is Missing Mod going to come on? Or are they not?
Speedy Roman said it's called grape juice. That's exactly right, Speedy. It's not wine at all. And it certainly is not communion.
oh, are you
Yeah, but
comedian?
some of them got this idea that wine in the Bible wasn't alcoholic. I think that's nonsense.
It's so
The
ignorant
reason,
because if that's true, then what were they accusing him of when they said that he was a wine bibber?
and how did people get drunk
Were
on
they
grape
accusing him
juice?
of getting a sugar high off all the grape juice?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the other thing is, why a lot of wine was drunk was because the water was so bad. So
Well, that's
people
why
drank
wine
a
was
lot
so
of wine.
commonly drank back then because it was sanitary.
Yeah.
A lot of folks don't know that, but they actually would mix like 1/3 wine with 2/3 water and give it to the kids because the little bit of alcohol sanitized the water.
Well, until about 1960 something in France, kids were given a glass of wine at lunchtime. True, at school.
Oh, well, Azo has just answered the age-old question of who let the dogs out.
Yep, it was him.
Who was it?
It was him.
Oh,
Yep.
He affirmed that he, in fact, let the dogs out.
And,
So somebody contact the Baja Man and let them know.
I'm gonna send a sing dick to Big Bad Mama to ask him to join for you.
yeah. Tell him to get his ass on here.
He gets spanking by Claude.
Oh, Claude, I don't have any way of contacting you, but I usually send out invitations to everybody when we're doing a live show. So we're
Yep.
doing a show on Logan's channel tomorrow evening. You're welcome to come.
Logan's got my email address. He can give it to you. So
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to make sure you were invited.
yeah, yeah. And he sometimes advises me too. I'm just in a strange time zone at the moment. So at the moment, like here, it's at night and it's what? It's nearly 9 o'clock at night. So I can't always come on,
Where
just
are you
pinch
at
what's
right
happening.
now?
Sometimes I fall asleep.
Claude, where are you at?
Me, I'm in Greece. The
Really?
home. Yeah, I'm not visiting
Good.
Achilles though, but
It's
I'm in
time for you to
Greece.
visit Achilles.
Aw.
I'm not going
Yeah,
to,
you
no.
should.
You need to visit him.
Why?
He's got to get out of the house eventually.
Actually, the Greek people are very nice, very friendly. Most of them are very intelligent. So, but I guess then there's Achilles.
Oh,
Yeah, Ghost.
yeah. I sent the link to him, and it's up to Big Bad Mama if he wants to join. But yeah, it's crazy.
I suppose Big Bad Mum is fooling around with Miguel or something.
Maybe.
I wouldn't put it
Yeah.
past him.
Achilles is Greek, missing mod, not Italian. Well, as far as we can tell, he's Greek.
What if he turned out to be you?
Wait, say that again.
What if he turns out to be
Oh,
you?
then my opinion would exponentially skyrocket of him.
Huh? Wow. Do you think you had fun last night trolling some weirdos? Who are these weirdos? Are you one of them, Claude?
Yeah, well, we're all weird in some way or other.
But are you a doe? That's the
Am I a
same.
dog?
Doe.
And if you are a dog, did Azo let you
A
out?
weird. Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
I've never
there?
thought of myself as a dog.
Oh, okay, that's good. You don't identify as one?
No, but if
You
I
sure?
was, what breed would I be?
Hmm. Uh, a French bulldog.
Well, possibly, but a Shih Tzu, I think I'd be.
Oh. And you had a kid with a bulldog? What would that be?
God, a
Would it be?
bulldog, not a
Yeah.
bulldog, a bull's dog. Yeah.
Oh. And would it be? Uh. Oh. Oh no. And you, if you are a dog, I will let you out. Oh,
Oh,
that.
missing mod, to respond to your comment, we really should start doing altar calls at the end of the teachings because it's for sure that many of those people need to be at the altar. That is one of the benefits that I'll give a real in-person church services is it's a lot more convenient to have a call for prayer if you're there in person.
And yeah, Claude. If you had a French poodle, what would you name
I'd call it Ghost.
him? Would you name him Lupin?
No, no. Um, if it was some sort of an amoeba, I might call an amoeba Lupin. But you know, anything with any form of intelligence, I would never call that name.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah,
But you're Claude. Oh,
Claude is a noble name,
yep.
Claude.
What about
And of course,
Claudio?
the Bowles family go back for years in Europe.
Oh,
There's many Bowles.
I'd be like a football player, boy. I
There's
need some.
the Lithuanian branch of the family, you know. There's Ophelia, from the Belgium. Ophelia Bowles, that was one of the line of the family. There's me, Claude. There's Likia. She's from Lithuania. So yeah, I have many cousins all over the
Oh.
Europe.
What about Richard? Do you have a cousin named Richard?
Dick Balls.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but Likia. She said, I'm never going. She was going out with a Mr. Dick once,
Oh,
and she
that's.
said, I'm not going to marry him because everybody would laugh at my name. So yeah.
Uh, uh,
So she's remained a Balls instead.
oh. What about John Anderson?
John Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck. Look, he sounds like he's grown up to be, despite his upbringing, he's managed to rise above it. I think it's great.
Uh,
He's making a life for himself.
here's him talking about his dad.
Mm.
Large portions of this conversation have been edited out. Our full conversation was over an hour long, and most of it was just Pastor Shelley sort of yapping and avoiding questions. For those of you who are interested in hearing the full conversation, I can release that as well, but this is edited down to the necessary parts for those of you who don't have time to watch over an hour of him just talking.
This is Pastor Jelly.
Hey, Pastor Shelley, it's John. You messaged me yesterday and said you wanted to, I guess, talk about the whole situation, or I guess hear my side, or did you have any questions, or what exactly were you wanting to talk about?
Well, I've talked with your parents about the situation, and I made a public video about the situation. I don't know if you saw that or not, but
Someone sent it to me, but I didn't watch it.
really, I was willing to talk with you, in an effort to just try to encourage you to, maybe seek some reconciliation with your parents.
Right, and I'm completely.
I don't really have an agenda or anything like that.
I'm completely open to reconciliation. So kind of the thing that happened that now makes me think reconciliation isn't possible is the fact that my dad, in a meeting with his church members, and my mom has said publicly, my dad hasn't said anything about it, but my mom publicly said online, my dad in a meeting with his church members said, I have never hit my wife. I've never physically laid hands on her, which is something that is blatantly not true because I saw him beat her on a regular basis for years. That's something my other siblings can attest to. You can ask any of them. And I think that now, if he wants to reconcile with me, right, he would have to apologize for publicly calling me a liar for saying those things, which would then involve him admitting that he did those things, which would then, in a way, really ruin his ministry. And I think that the fact that he was willing to blatantly lie to his own congregation shows that at this point, he's kind of just not wanting to let go of his ministry. Because
Well,
I
let
understand
me ask you some questions here, because you know, in any controversy, it's important to kind of identify what we're talking about.
For sure.
I just want to know, from your perspective, are you saying that you witnessed your dad with a closed fist punch your mom, and you saw that?
No, I never said that. He slapped
No,
her.
no, I'm just.
No,
I
he
just want
never.
to know, because
No,
here's
he
the
never
thing.
close fist punched her.
I have spoken with your dad about his, you know, some intimate details and some embarrassing things, frankly speaking. He told me that he's never close your mom.
He's never close fisted my mom that I saw. I don't think he ever did. What I said is that he physically beat her with an electrical cord, which is something he lied to his church and said he did not do.
Well, here's the thing. According to him and talking with him, he told the church that he did not close fist punch your mom.
Did he admit to you that he beat her with the electrical cord?
Well, here's the thing. I asked him if he used physical discipline on your mom.
Okay.
And he told me that whatever your mom was consensual, and that it was behind closed doors, you know, and that whatever his kids were aware of or heard were probably even an exaggeration of what happened. But again,
so I saw the physical. I've seen the bloody marks on my mom, the same on me, and it's not really consensual when somebody's.
And here's the thing. According to your mom's testimony and your dad's testimony, those things were consensual between them. So you know,
but they
I
misled church members, because every church member that I've heard from is saying your dad is saying he never hit your mom, and that's what I keep hearing.
So we have to ask what that means.
Right. But hitting somebody with an electrical cord is hitting somebody. I've been punched. I've been hit with an electrical cord. The electrical cord is a lot more painful. I never said my dad didn't punch my mom. So either way, even if he thinks he's technically telling the truth, he is misleading his church members.
Well, again, I wasn't there at that specific meeting. I'm assuming you weren't either. Strangely enough, a conversation with your dad weeks before you came out with your video, and we discussed the idea of spousal discipline in the context of like spanking your wife or whatever. Just because I've literally had people come up to me in my church and ask me that question.
And what was the nature of that discussion? Like, what were his thoughts? What were your thoughts? Like, what was the conclusion of that?
So like, this is the conversation that I had with him before any of this came out. Okay.
Right.
And I said, well, here's my opinion on the subject: is that obviously the Bible is kind of silent. It doesn't really seem to go positive or negative. And I think that while I would personally never do that we can't condemn it. Because, first of all, in America, that was legal for hundreds of years and exercised by many people regularly.
Being gay is legal in America right now. You
sure, I'm just saying contextually, like, many people have been Christians and believed that was okay. But I think that today's culture is so hypersensitive in this area. And I think because women have such an easy way to divorce their husbands and use that kind of a situation against them, that I think it would be unwise to do something, because then someone can be misleading or take these things out of context and try to use them against the husband, even though he wasn't necessarily trying to just literally beat up his wife or something. Like, I counsel couples all the time, and there are men that are literally beating the shit out of their wives.
Right.
And I know what that's like. I've seen that.
Those electrical cord beatings are pretty bad, man. I got a lot of them. They hurt really, really bad. I have been in fights where I got hit with a closed fist, and I have been hit with an electrical cord. The electrical cord is much, much more painful. To this day, that is one of the most painful things I've ever experienced. And,
yeah, but I mean,
I have seen my dad strike my mom, because I've seen him slap her in the face. He slapped her in the face before, and I have seen that.
Well, here's the thing, John.
I saw him grab her, throw her, and slam her head into a cabinet. Like, I never saw him closed fist punch her, but he has physically assaulted her a bunch of other times, a bunch of different ways. So for him to say, I've never hit my wife, is a blatant lie. If
well,
you
it
hit
depends,
somebody,
it depends on the context.
If you
it
hit
depends on the
somebody with an
context on which you
I will look up the dictionary.
Yeah, but it depends on the context. If the context is, and I'm just trying to be honest with you, if most people said he hit her, they're thinking it's a punch. I'm just saying, like, that's what you typically think of.
But
okay?
He's not being honest. He's not being honest. And the pastor should be honest with their church members. Don't you agree with that?
Of course.
So for him, so if it does not, if spousal abuse, if he doesn't think that spousal abuse disqualifies him, if he thinks that spousal abuse is okay, then why lie to your church members? And if he knows what he's doing isn't okay, and then lies to his church members anyway, that is a wicked wrong thing. Whatever semantics you want to play about the word hit, we can both agree he admitted to you, and I've seen it happen, he has physically hit her. He has physically struck her. With a closed fist, no. Maybe he did punch her, that I didn't see. All I can speak to what I've seen, and I have seen him hit her with an electrical cord more times than I can count, and slap her in the face a handful of times, and also at one point slam her head into a cabinet. Also, my mom, she's saying it's consensual. Now, you really can't consent when you're physically having that forced on you. And I know that last year my mom wanted to press charges on my dad and divorce him. She didn't do it because eventually she realized that, number one, none of her kids would testify against my dad without also testifying against her, and number two, she could not financially support 12 kids. So, but all of my siblings, my 5 oldest siblings, me, Solomon, Isaac, Miriam, and Rebecca, my mom had separate conversations with all of us, basically saying, your dad is wrong, your dad's evil, your dad's bad, he's abusive, and I want to leave him. Will you testify in court against your dad? And all of us told my mom the same thing. We won't testify in court against dad without testifying against you as well, because you wanted us to testify against him for child abuse. Because she wanted to get him in trouble for domestic abuse, so she wanted us to witness to the fact that he abused her, but then also she didn't want him to have any way of seeing the kids. She wanted him to completely lose custody, so she wanted us to testify against him for child abuse. So we were all like, no, we're not going to testify and say dad abused us and not you, because you were abusing us as much or more our entire childhood, right? Also, with the whole, aside from the spousal thing, the whole child thing, the Bible talks about spanking as a punishment. Spanking was not just used as a punishment in my house. It happened frequently that kids were beaten. Little kids were beaten into confessing to things and beaten as part of interrogations. That's like against the Geneva Convention, right? That's not punishment. That is never permitted in the Bible. And also, kids would get beaten, not really by my dad, but by my mom, where a kid wouldn't even be doing anything wrong. My mom would be angry or frustrated about something else, just grab the nearest kid to her and start hitting them. There isn't really a standard set forth in the Bible of where exactly to draw the line of what makes something child abuse. But beating a 7-8-year-old kid with an extension cord all over their body, right? It wasn't just on the buttocks, it was all over their body. And when they're laying on the ground, screaming, writhing, begging for mercy, and you keep beating them as a way, they didn't even do anything wrong, as a way to try to get them to admit to doing something. And my parents would beat multiple kids until one of them admitted to doing something. So if there were multiple kids they thought could have done something, they'd keep beating them all until one of them admitted to it. That is, I think any reasonable person can agree that that is not right. Number one. Number two, my dad was beating my mom with an electrical cord for years. And for him to say he did not hit her is a lie. Hit her, which everybody who was at that meeting has told me, your dad said he never hit her mom. So are they all lying when they're all saying he said he never hit her? Because hitting somebody with an electrical cord, striking somebody with an electrical cord is still hitting somebody by the definition of that word. And if
but you're just.
So what's he saying he did to her then? What's he telling you he did?
Context. And
but
you're
the context.
You're
I never
repeating,
said
you're
he
repeating
punched
what other
her.
people said.
I never said he punched her in my interview. So why would that be the accusation? Why would he think that's what we're referring to? I never accused him of punching her because I never saw him. punch her.
You did at least insinuate that. I'd have to go and listen back to the exact wording.
I don't think I did because I've never seen my dad punch her. I think it's very likely he punched her at some point, but I never saw that. I only ever saw him slap her with an open hand, hit her head into a cabinet once, and beat her with an electrical cord numerous times. So what is he telling you he did to her then? When he describes what he did to her to you, what word does he use if he doesn't say the word hit? What word does he use to describe it?
Again, like I said, he told me that he's never closed fist punched your mom, and he said that whatever spousal discipline may or may not have occurred was consensual. And I'm not going to pry into that because here's the thing, John. I'm not going to disqualify a pastor because he exercised discipline. While I personally disagree with that, and I'm not saying that I would encourage that, and I think that it's an unwise thing to do. It's not out of the realm of what the Bible says because the Bible's silent on that issue.
One of the qualifications for being a pastor, well, two qualifications, striker, right?
Sure.
And if every time his wife upsets him, his response is to strike her, then he's in violation of that qualification, number one. Number two, ruling well your own house. Do you think that so if he's the man of the home, he's supposed to be ruling the home, and he is ruling the home by physically assaulting his wife? Do you think that is considered ruling well? Do you think that is doing a good job? Do you consider beating your wife to get her to, because you're upset at her, do you consider that to be ruling well your own home? Because I'll tell you right now, Pastor, my mom does not respect my dad whatsoever. My dad is not in control in his home whatsoever, because you can never beat somebody into complete submission. What does the Bible say about a wise word entering, like a word entering into a wise man and 100 stripes into a fool? You cannot beat somebody into subjection completely. My dad is not in control of the home. My mom is in control of the home, and despite all of the physical abuse my dad was carrying out on my mom, she still never respected him, still never listened to him, still never made him, still told her kids that she hates him. My mom has told me she hates my dad a bunch of times. She told me and my siblings that she prays he'll die so she can get the life insurance.
Every woman is irrational, and every woman runs her mouth, and every woman says the dumbest crap. The Bible says, husbands, love your wives and be not bitter against them. Why would the Bible tell husbands to not be bitter against their wives if they weren't constantly going against them and screwing up? Why is it that the Bible says a virtuous woman?
Maybe because you just shouldn't be bitter to your wife either way. Guys that would be bitter to their wife either way.
The guys aren't getting bitter at their wives because they're being perfect. Look, the perfect woman just doesn't exist, John. Number one.
Well, because a perfect person doesn't exist. There isn't a perfect man either. My dad is lying to his congregation, though.
He's not lying to his congregation,
He is saying he did not hit his wife when he has admitted to you that he hit her, and I have seen him hit her. And to say, oh, the context means he was punching her? No, there was no context about punching her because nobody accused him of punching her. He was accused of doing spousal discipline the same way he disciplined his kids. So for him to say, I did not hit my wife because I meant I didn't punch her, is a blatant lie.
Okay, but let me ask you this, John, because I want you to be reasonable with me for a second. Let's just say, hypothetically, let's just say your dad said, you know what, I exercised what is in my mind spousal discipline on my wife with an electrical cord, and then the whole church says, okay, we still want you to be our pastor. Is that going to suffice you? Because it doesn't seem like you care.
Yeah. Then if his whole church still wants him to pastor after that, then okay. All I'm saying, all my point is that his church should know the type of person he is, and he should be transparent. The problem is he's deceiving his church members. And he needs to be open with his church members. And for him to say, I've never hit my wife, is a blatant lie.
You and I both know.
Do you honestly believe he never exercised physical spousal discipline? Did he admit that to you? Or did he lie to you as well?
He did not directly state anything. All I asked him, I said, did you exercise physical discipline on your wife? And he said, and anything that I did was consensual. That's
him saying yes. That's him strongly implying
look,
that.
John, I understand. But here's the thing. That doesn't bother me.
Okay.
And I'm not saying like I agree with it. I hope you don't misunderstand what I'm saying.
Then don't be bothered by it. That's okay. But his church members, the people, everyone I've spoken to in his church that have heard the allegations and are staying in his church, they are staying because they believe him that everything I said is a lie. If there are a bunch of people, I'm sure there are a lot of people in church, because he has a lot of bad, weird people in his church that I think would hear that, oh, he beats his wife and be like, yeah, that's completely okay. I approve of spousal discipline. But he needs to be open and transparent about that, because there are a lot of people in his church that are not, that is not clear to them. They have been deceived by him, and the only reason they're staying in his church is because he's deceived them. And he is, as a pastor, deceiving his church members, and that is always wrong. And you can ask any of my other 3 siblings that don't live with my dad. All of us, me and my other 3 siblings, we are all very different. We all have very different views, opinions, etc. And on subjective small issues, we all disagree. But all of us, all 4, can agree on the big issue that, yes, my dad was beating his wife with an electrical cord on multiple times a week on a regular basis for a span of about 3 or 4 years.
And look, I understand. Look, I'm not disputing that, and I could tell. Look, I listened to your interview, and I could tell that I can tell sincerity. Okay. Well, I think that, again, I've spoken with your dad.
I'm sure he was very open and honest with you because you are a close friend of his. But when he was public thing, he was deceiving his congregation intentionally. He intentionally deceived his congregation, and that, as a pastor, never is acceptable.
Well, I think that look, John, as a pastor, it's important to be honest and clear with your congregation, but it's also not necessarily edifying or beneficial to disclose every minute detail.
But when people are coming to him and saying, hey, we heard you did this, we don't think you're qualified if you did this, what's your response? And he goes, yeah, I never did that. You can't give consent under duress.
Yes, but you can say,
duress,
you've had a conversation with your wife.
When threatened and unsafe, you cannot give consent.
So you can have a conversation with your wife and say, I believe in spousal discipline. Whenever I am upset with something you did, or if you do these violations, I'm gonna discipline you this way. And she says, I think that that's fair. John, let me ask you this question, okay?
Okay.
Someone had accused me of beating up my son and breaking his legs, which was complete lie. That's never happened. I've never even hurt my kids like that.
Right.
If CPS or anybody came and they said, have you hit your kids? I would say no. But here's the thing. I have spanked my kids with a paddle and with a belt. Okay. Is I lying by saying I have not hit them?
Yeah. But that is lying to say you never hit your kid. How is that not lying?
Because again, I think that you're just not being fair with the questioning. Because what if a public executioner, someone says like, have you ever killed anybody, and they say no, but they've technically executed people.
So he was never accused of punching her. He was accused of spousal discipline with an electrical power cord.
Well, look, I asked him if he used an electrical cord on his children. He told me yes.
Okay.
I asked him if he practiced spousal discipline, and again, I already told you what he said. Here's the thing: he was very honest with me. I believe that if he had told his church that, his church would have still wanted him to be the pastor.
Then he needs to tell his church that and let them decide. You're hearing me out. I appreciate you talking to me about this, but at the end of the day, we clearly are very much in disagreement on this because, number one, you think that spousal discipline is okay. I think that is completely, utterly wrong.
I didn't say that it was okay. I just don't think it crosses a line for
and then also you are saying that my dad, if he claimed he never hit his wife to his church members, that would be okay. So we clearly are very much in disagreement on this topic, and you can hold whatever opinion you want. That's cool, that's great. But I know what I witnessed.
Claude, where do you go? Claude, 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 Claude. He just a Claude, 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 Claude. He just a Claude. Just a Claude. Where did he go? Our Claude. Oh. Yeah, that's so sad what happened with him and his dad. That's horrible. Steve Anderson always been a insane, crazy guy, but it's sad. Turned out to be a psychopath. Even Matt Powell that he. It's sad, but it's horrible. But Mark, come in here. I need to talk to you. Oh, okay.
And I, unlike you, have done due diligence into figuring out what my dad has told church people. And my dad, according to the witness of everyone I've heard, everyone I've separately talked to has told the same story, has given the same witness, given the same testimony. The Bible says to believe 2 or 3 witnesses. A lot more than 2 or 3 people have told me that my dad denied every allegation and said he never hit his wife. He was never accused of punching her. That was never an accusation. The accusation was him using corporal punishment with an electrical cord and on a few occasions slapping her. I can give you my siblings' phone numbers. You can call them. You can ask them the tough questions, and you can then make your decision based on those.
What information are they going to tell me, John, that I don't know?
So you're saying you know that he beat his wife with spousal punishment?
I asked him the questions that I needed to ask, and he answered them truthfully. And it doesn't contradict anything you're saying. Again, when I talked with your dad and I needed to ask the questions for clarification, it's not like John's just making stuff up. But
so then why
he telling his church I'm making stuff up?
But again,
That's what I keep hearing from the church members.
He's saying that he felt like you stretched the truth or embellished from his perspective.
Okay, his
to the
perspective,
point
cool.
where it became a lie.
Okay, well then
That's
let
what
me.
he said.
So then let me look at. So, but he told his church that he never hit his wife. Due diligence research, and if you actually research and talk to enough people, you will find out that number one, every allegation I made against my dad is true, and number two, my dad lied to his congregation.
I'm not, but I think that here's the thing. I am agreeing with what you just said, and I'm agreeing that when I listened, I could tell he is describing real life situations. But I felt before I even talked to anybody, these are probably somewhat exaggerated.
He's not saying it's exaggerated. He's saying it's not true and he never hit his wife.
But these facts are going to come to different conclusions.
Okay.
Because the whole world, John, thinks that just spanking your kids politely with a paddle is child abuse.
That's not really true.
The vast majority of people in America, like half of America, doesn't even think you should spank, period. And then a large percentage of people think that it's spouse, like just child abuse.
But the whole world over agrees that torture is wrong. Like, that's against the Geneva Convention. That's against the Constitution. Sure. And my parents were torturing little kids. Yes, getting beaten with an electrical cord as a way to punish, as a way to get information out of somebody. What would you call that then? What would you call that? What?
I think my kids trying to get them to tell me what happened.
Okay.
In the situation.
Okay, then sounds torture. Like inflicting pain on somebody. What? Let me look at the definition of the word torture then, because what do you call inflicting pain on somebody to get them to admit something if not torture?
It could be
torture. Hang on, torture. Noun, definition number 1, the act of inflicting excruciating pain as punishment or revenge as a means of getting a confession or information or for sheer cruelty. By the dictionary definition of torture, did my dad torture little kids? Yes.
I would say no. Still.
You and I are clearly seeing things very differently, and we're going in circles, so this conversation is now getting kind of pointless at this point. I understand. Thank you for talking to me. I understand what you're saying. I hear you. I understand you. And I respect your opinion, but I disagree.
All right? Okay, I don't expect you to agree with me right now, especially. But I just hope that,
I hope there'll be reconciliation as well. I hope there'll be reconciliation as well.
And any reconciliation effort, people have somebody on one side of the equation has to just decide to be the bigger person.
I'll keep that in mind. I will keep that in mind. I will keep that in mind. And I'm willing to be the bigger person, but he is still going to have to apologize for the wrongdoing he did. All right?
I'll say one more thing, John. Here's the thing. Even if you don't want to go to his church, and even if you think he's disqualified as a pastor, I think it's still potentially worth it to just try and tell your parents, look, I probably did do some things wrong. Maybe it was wrong for me to go public. But at the same time, I don't really want to go to your church. I do think you're disqualified, but I want to say I'm sorry and then whatever you would make amends.
I'm not sorry for going public with this stuff, because I gave them the opportunity to. I have, since becoming an adult and realizing that those things were wrong, I have had scores of conversations with my parents, my other siblings as well, and they always refused to change, would not accept wrongdoing. So finally, I went public after a long time. But I appreciate you giving me a call. I appreciate your time. I understand everything you're saying. I'll keep all that in mind. But I'm going to let you go now, all right? Have a good day, man.
I understand. God bless. I'll pray for you. Right. And if you need something, let me know.
All right, likewise. Talk to you later, Pastor.
Bye.
Wow, that was crazy. Poor guys. That's messed up. But
Uh, Mark, can you join us? Join us. Yeah, that was so crazy. Messed up, poor guys. Uh, Pastor Shell, he's part of the Steve Anderson Church. Very sure. Oh, thanks, Aiden. Marky Mark.
Good morning.
Yeah, Marky.
How goes it?
Oh, we all miss you.
Aw, I missed you too, buddy. So who was?
Yeah, it was
So that
great.
was Steven Anderson's son, right?
Yep, John
And who's
Anderson.
the pastor that he was on the phone with? Because I got a bone to pick
Uh,
with him now.
he's I think he said Pastor Shelley. That's a guy from Steve Anderson's church.
Pastor Shelley. Is that the one?
Yeah, I think.
Is he the one that did like the Baptist bias show with
Ooh,
Stephen
yeah, I
Anderson and
think
Kent?
so.
No, I don't. Yeah.
Because I thought I heard him say
Yeah,
that.
now I'm not surprised at his responses because he's a sycophant of these extreme preachers.
Yeah, it says here, Pastor uh, Jonathan and Shelley
Yep, that's the Baptist bias boys.
shares opinion on recent. Yeah, he's buddies of Steve Anderson at his church.
Yeah, that kind of
Wow.
explains a lot though, because he was being really apologetic for, Steven Anderson's behavior and as far as, beating his wife and kids with electrical cords. That's a bit extreme. Electrical cords are have a lot of potential for damage. I mean, you swing those things just right, you'll get that whipping sound, and that's bringing the pain right there. I mean, look, Steven Anderson has 12 kids and
Yep.
he's an abuser. Something in that picture seems wrong. Like if you're going to abuse your kids and you're going to abuse your spouse, why would you want to reproduce 12 witnesses to that? Like you're just digging your own hole. You should stop.
Yeah,
Well, either stop having kids or stop abusing your family.
yeah. It's
I mean, the way
horrible.
this is going, it seems like at some point he's going to catch some charges.
Yeah, even Matt Powell did a video I showed earlier saying that uh, Steve Anderson should step down.
Yeah, I saw a bit of that. He got quite a bit of views on that too. I
On
wonder if
what?
Hoven's going to say anything about it because Steven Anderson called for Hoven to step down when he remarried and remarried and remarried again.
Yeah, it's crazy. He been Matt Powell. Yeah, that's crazy.
I got to give Matt Powell some respect. I wouldn't expect him to come out and speak against one of his favorite pastors, judging by his track history, his track record of supporting people like Kent Hoven, even when the
Yeah,
weight of evidence is stacked against him. So
yeah.
props.
It's are you there? I think you froze up.
And coming out and saying,
Yeah, I
I mean,
agree.
I don't agree with Matt Powell on everything. He thinks that the government should kill the gays, which is ridiculous, but you
Yeah,
know, got to give him
who's
credit where
exactly?
credits, excuse me, where credits due.
Yeah, I agree. That
Calling out
I
Steven
was.
Anderson is a good thing.
Yeah, I never respected that.
Well, I'd like to say that yes, credit where credit's due, but on the same basis of spousal abuse and of beating a kid who was scared at the dentist, Matt Powell should also criticize Kent Hovind, and he
Yeah,
won't do that. So I would like, I mean, I personally believe Anderson is worse, but Hovind isn't too hot himself. He's got a lot of things to answer for. I would not like to have been brought up in the Hovind house. I think there will be lots of severe beatings, and Hovind even boasts about it. So it goes beyond what's a normal discipline, that's for sure. So
Yeah.
Hal needs to call him out as well. And if he does that, he will earn my complete respect. But at the moment, no, he doesn't. It's quite this BDSM business that's apparently some. Anderson has tried to say that he's into that, so that the wife, and Ghost, you should play my 3-minute clip that I put up. It's very interesting. I don't know
Let's
if
see
you've
that.
seen it. Have you seen that at all, Mark?
No, bring
It's
it up.
okay. So it has what's done. I've patched it together. It's John Anderson is said that his father is into BDSM and has brought that up in public. So he says he's going to repeat it. And then I put a clip from a comedy show afterwards. It's not really funny, but I wanted to just illustrate that. So you can put that on Gangster if you want. It's
Okay.
only 3 minutes.
Hi, Brother Pike. This is what you said.
Howdy.
This is messed up. Wait a second. Are you there?
Yes,
Are you wrong?
Shamalama ding dong to you, Christian Pike.
I am present.
Oh. Is this messed up, Brother Pike?
What messed up? I'm sorry.
About what's going on with Steve Anderson and crew?
Yeah, I've heard bits and pieces of it. Honestly, Logan, I never know what to believe.
Well, I think I think you should in this case. The evidence is clear. 4 out of 4 adult children have come out and told the truth about Anderson. And when Anderson is interviewed, so for
But
example, he says, "I never punched my wife." Well, the allegations weren't that he punched his wife. There were allegations that he whipped her with electrical cords, like he does his kids.
Well, that's
And
the same tactic that Hovind uses.
yes,
I've never
exactly.
hit a
Yes.
woman. I've never touched a
Yeah.
woman before I was
Yeah.
married. Well, that's
Yeah.
not the accusation. The accusation is that you threw your wife on the floor, judo
Yeah.
style.
Oh, it's the same thing. So I think we can tell. And when you look at the interview with the daughter, she's genuine. And she also doesn't. The amazing thing is that she's got the Christian forgiveness. She doesn't hate her parents. I think that is amazing because they have been miserable to her.
Old lady, I feel bad for her. What do you think of that,
Yeah,
Brother
let's
Pike?
watch. Let's watch this video. Who is this guy? Is this John?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
It kind of reminds me of Brother Pike.
since my dad wants to talk about
Oh, sorry.
his sex life on the internet, let's talk about his sex life. Let's get a little bit TMI and talk about that. It is true that my dad is into BDSM, and my dad is into punishment in the bedroom. It was never clear. I'm not 100% sure who's punishing who. It might be my dad getting whipped in the bedroom. Who knows? I don't know. But as a kid growing up, my parents were really, really weirdly open about their sex life with their kids. And this is gross and this is weird and this is awkward to talk about, but hey, my dad wants to talk about this. He brought up this conversation on me. My parents would constantly like leave out sex toys. Like those like weird, those like French maid outfits, like for like the maid fantasy. My mom had like a super like sexualized French maid outfit, and there was a like riding crop that was like this thing that I can only imagine was used in bed. And then also my parents, we lived in a very small house, and my parents would be having sex while we were still awake because they'd be like having sex like right after they put us in bed. And we would start hearing it like really loud, aggressive, kinky sex. So my dad's not lying. He's kinky. I don't know why he
I didn't
wanted
need to
you
know
all to
any of
know that.
that.
But we
Yeah,
were very
turns
aware
us-
of that. And my siblings, we'd hear that and we'd be grossed out by that.
Yeah.
that's a little bit of TMI. And I mean, if what he's saying is true, his dad is like open about his sex life with his kids. That's weird. That's really
Super
weird.
weird.
Like,
Is that
no.
child abuse?
It's a
It's
form
some.
of it.
It's definitely something. You
It's
shouldn't be
something.
exposing kids to sexual behavior. You shouldn't be leaving your sex toys around for your kids to find. I mean, what they do in their bedroom, even if they are into BDSM, so be it. That's their thing. They're two consenting adults engaging in consensual activity. I can't kink shame or judge them for that. But if they're letting that affect their children's uh, upbringing, if they're poisoning their kids with all this sex stuff at such a young age, they're just as guilty as these parents who want to try to force sex changes on their kids. I mean, it's
Yeah.
bringing sexuality into kids at an age where they're not ready for it. They don't understand it. It's confusing and probably scary for these kids. They don't know what's going on.
And
They don't have a
probably
concept of
gross
what
because
sex
that's your
is.
parents.
Yeah, and definitely gross. Especially, I mean, I cannot imagine how uncomfortable this guy feels talking about his parents' sex life. But it seems that it was such a normal, commonplace
Yeah, he seems
discussion
rather
in the
casual,
household.
honestly.
Yeah, it just brings credence to what he's saying. That the way he's presenting this with such normalcy, it's just normal for him. It's just what happened. As a matter of fact, I don't think he's stretching the truth or lying in any way. Because who wants to talk about their parents and their sex life? Like, unless that's something that's just been thrown in your face your whole life. It's like, hey guys, I'm sick of this. This is gross. This is what my parents do. But everybody knows their parents have sex. But how many times do you hear their children talking about it? Like, that's just something weird was going on in that house.
Yeah. We think that quad.
Yes, well, I think it's just terrible, and I do find the allegations believable. I think there's been too much consistency. Um, and this guy, if you listen to John, he says, I would never want to bring this up. But Stephen has been shooting his mouth off and talking about it, and somewhere he brought this up. He used it as an excuse. He said, and we were into, I didn't hit my wife. We were into BDSM sort of thing. It's a classic Hoven type response too. And so so John says, well, I don't want to talk about this, but hey, Dad, you brought it up, so I'm going to repeat it. And he does. And yeah, as I say,
Yes.
as was said, it doesn't matter what they get up to in their bedroom. But and if they're into beating each other with a riding crop or electrical cables, that's great. But this has gone further than that. This has affected the kids, and the kids are being beaten in a similar way. And I have grave concerns that this has been inflicted on the kids for for other purposes, and I'm very unhappy about that.
I am not mature enough to listen to this because all my mind keeps doing is like she's making eggs in the morning and he just comes there with a drop cord and starts beating on her, and that's her way of knowing he's in the mood.
Uh,
Well, one of the things he said was that at 9 o'clock on an Easter Sunday morning, the kids were all outside playing, and then the next thing, the parents are in the yard having a blazing argument, screaming and yelling. Then they go into the bedroom, have rampant sex, come out 10 minutes later and arguing, start arguing and fighting again. I mean, kids shouldn't be subjected to this sort of thing. That's terrible.
Yeah, wild and
And
crazy.
Anderson is like that in the pulpit. This is why it's so believable, too. This is not out of character for him. His screaming and yelling and jumping up and down. I mean, we all have our
Right.
moments where we do that. Right? Everybody at some but this is consistent. And once more, his wife, Saxana or whatever her name she is she's just as bad. And in fact, the kids, and John said to me in a message earlier, a comment that I made, that in fact his wife was more cruel to the kids. Stephen could occasionally, show some humanity, and they had some. She did not want to be a mother. I don't think she left the elder kids to take care of the, so this poor girl Miriam, became like the mother to the babies. Yeah,
Yeah.
this woman was beating 4-month-old baby,
Really?
beating a 4-month-old baby. Yes,
What good is
yes.
that gonna
that's
do?
that is Susanna Anderson beating
Gee
a
whiz.
4-month-old baby. It's just terrible. Hmm.
Yeah, that's messed up. Yeah, yesterday was so sad seeing Anderson's daughter in there. It was, oh
Yes.
wow, that's messed up. When I saw Matt Powell did a video about it, it was crazy. I never expect him to come out there against Steve Anderson. They were best buddies.
Yes, they were, but at last he's seen the truth.
That's crazy. Brother
Of
Pike
course,
should. Oh,
Hovan doesn't like him at the moment because Steve Anderson called out the truth about Hovan's divorces. So Stephen Anderson was right about that, but that doesn't excuse his terrible behavior.
Right.
And he is to be despised, but Hovan hasn't got a lot to, for not going for him either at all. He's we're doing the right thing by calling out them both. I mean, if I had to put a label on it, I would say Anderson is even worse. But there's a lot of their behaviours are very similar, very similar.
Right.
yeah. Know who
Especially
should
with
have?
the way they're handling with the
Mm.
way they're handling their PR attempts. Well, I didn't do something I wasn't accused of, therefore I'm innocent.
Yes.
Okay, I feel like if I hit Tammy with a drop cord, she'll hit me with the car. I don't even know if that'd be an option.
Oh,
I
what
mean,
if?
if you want to feel some pain, get a cord and hit yourself with it once.
Yeah,
It's
Okay,
agony.
yeah.
I'll do that. Give me a second. I gotta find a cord.
Yeah. And double it over. So,
All right,
because,
I got a vacuum cleaner cord.
yeah,
Where should I
and
hit?
then
Just
really
right on the
whack
leg.
You know
yourself.
that what that just reminded me of? There was a scene
I don't want to
years
do it.
ago on The Sopranos where
Yeah.
Okay, yep,
Tony
that
got
hurts.
mad at Richie Aprile for running this guy over who owed him money, and he's like, "Richie, I told you to back off that guy," and he's like, "I did." And then I put it in drive. That was an awesome joke.
That's
So
crazy.
yes, drop cords kind of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I could see me hitting Tammy with the drop cord. That would happen about once.
And then,
Yeah, then you'll be facing down a 380.
There wouldn't be no more Christian Pike.
wow. Brother Pike, do you ever speak in tongues?
I am going to address questions like that on tomorrow's teaching, Logan.
Wow. What about you, Claudia? I can imagine you speaking tongues.
Paul speaks in French.
Oh. Right, Claude?
Well, the only tongues I speak in are known languages, not this other rubbish.
Oh. Uh, yeah, Mark, did you know about this? Dustin said that said that Brother Pike acts feminine.
Hmm. I saw the comment he made about when Christian was swinging on the tire swing that he was
Yeah,
trans or something.
It
yeah.
was a rather trans tire swing.
I thought he was talking about trains. I'm like, I like trains too.
It was so funny. Actually, in his eyes, I see more like a joy of a child.
It was the joy of a child.
You know, it looked like you were having just the best time.
How on earth Brother Pike's ain't he feminine? He's not feminine at all. Oh,
Well, the
man's a
joke's
man,
on
like
him
Mark.
because I was driving tanks and shooting machine guns.
Yeah.
I hate to do this, Christian, but
It's
you
a
did
it's an
drive those
armored
tanks.
personnel carrier. You think I don't know
I
that?
was gonna say it's an APC.
Why you got to
That's all
do
right.
that?
It's a tracked vehicle, a
Why
tracked
do you have
military
to do
vehicle.
that though?
Because when you say I drove a tank, I'm looking for a big old cannon. And I
It
didn't
is
see that.
true that it did not have a big old cannon,
That's an
but
APC.
but
It's a
shut
support
up,
vehicle, my friend.
Mark. Did it support that minivan?
Mm-mm. No, sir, it did not. Well, vice versa. The minivan did not support that APC.
You know what's funny? We were there, and the guy had the same speech when we walked off to shoot the machine guns. The guy was like, "Okay, I'm sure you guys know this, but it's not actually a tank; it's an APC." And I was like, "I want my money back."
Yeah, I've actually never been in a tank or an APC. We did some training on how to get on and off of some certain carriers and whatnot, but we never used them in combat. We were in Humvees the whole time.
Brother Pike, are
Humvees are
you
cool.
a
There's
Humvee?
actually a website that sells stuff that the government's not using anymore, and
Yeah.
they have really nice like 2008 Humvees for $3,500.
Mm-hmm. If you want to spend like 7 gallons per mile on fuel,
What
Yeah.
if they sell tanks?
If they sell tanks, then I'll paint one like the Halo Warthog, and I'll
Oh,
mount a
you
gun on
you can
top of it.
totally buy a tank. Yeah, it's perfectly legal to buy a tank. You have to have like special licenses and permits and whatnot, but you can do it. Whistling Diesel owns one. He's got an M1 Abrams.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What if, oh, go ahead. Yeah, do you see earlier when Aiden came on?
No, I did not.
What about you, Mark?
No, I was asleep. I slept until 11 o'clock this morning, and I have no idea
Dang.
how that happened.
I slept until 9:30, and I never do that.
Yeah, I like this sleeping in thing is new to me. I feel like half my day is gone. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the rest of it.
Yeah.
A little bit lost right now.
Brother
Yeah, I
Pike.
slept until 9:30 this morning. I don't even know why.
Wow. Oh, you know
Because
that
pee is good.
Dan's having a show tonight? That what you could do?
Oh, we could troll Dan. I do enjoy that.
Nah, they got me blocked every which way to Sunday.
Nah, there's always a way.
Oh, there's a way. There's plenty of ways. It's just there more and more effort is required, and less motivation is available.
No, yeah, the motivation is running out fast.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it was crazy. What was I say? Yeah, earlier Lupin was on here and he came on there at the same time as Aiden. And Aiden, I think because of Matt Powell, start talking about the idea of having men and women sports.
Yeah, I
What do
mean,
you
why
think?
have women's sports?
Does
Uh
anybody ever
oh.
actually watch the WNBA?
No.
Oh no.
Okay.
He's here to get Brother Pike.
Wiggity Schwaden.
Well, you know, I
Aiden.
must say that was my initial intent coming in here, was to, as the kids say, quote unquote, get Brother Pike. I was going to say
Yeah,
that,
sure.
you know, I fully support the transition of Christina Jelly Roll Pike to their true form. I support that.
The
But
final form,
with
some would
that
say.
aside, then they mentioned the Halo Warthog and how they were going to redo a military vehicle into looking like a Halo Warthog, and all of that amity just immediately vanished. And I would just like to say thank you, my good friend Christian Ryan Pike, for doing that. Thank you very much.
No, yeah. We're going to buy a Jeep. We're going to paint it like a Warthog. We're going to mount guns on it. And then we're going to create, in my backyard, something that looks like blood gulch from Halo 1. And then we're going to kill each other.
See, that sounds
Because it's
like just a good
Halo
old
1.
fashioned time to me. See, duels would
America.
have been better in the 1800s if both duelists just had to get on the back of an M12 LRV Warthog, you know, and they just had to shoot each other to death with the Gatling gun attached to it. I just feel like there would be a significantly less amount of duels that would have taken place, you know, like knowing that that's the weapon that you had to face off against. I don't know. That's just pure speculation on my part. Maybe there'd be more duels. I don't know. Maybe it would backfire.
The thing is, it's one way to settle your issues. You know, like, hey, I think we should go to McDonald's. I was thinking Burger King. Bah, 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 bah. No more problems.
Yeah, you know, and then they're just dead. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Dead. Yeah. So, anyways, no missing mod. I did not make it to church this morning. Please forgive me.
Oh,
You
I'm
are
telling.
forgiven.
I'm going
On
to tell
behalf of
Bruce.
Missing Mod, I forgive you.
I would like to commend myself not only for running Lupin off of this show not once but twice at the beginning of the program, while not really insulting him at all whatsoever, just like tearing apart and dismantling his arguments and showing that he doesn't know anything about anything. But I would also like to commend myself for the machine gun noise that I made earlier, because I thought
It
that
was
was
a
a
good
pretty good
noise.
machine gun noise.
It was. It was a good noise. It was a good noise. I'd like to commend the kids for helping me detail the car, because yesterday I had 7 guys who had just been in 3-foot deep mud driving tanks in my minivan, and in like 40 minutes, me and the kids detailed the whole van.
Oh, nice.
I would like to commend Dan Posey's kids for surviving another day around his wretched existence.
Ooh.
Standing ovation. I would like to.
Well, while we're
commend,
commending kids, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I want to commend people too. I would like to commend myself, just because I like to be commended. I enjoy the recognition that goes along with it.
I would like to commend Lupin for not apologizing to GangsterGhost for violating one of the rules of his platform and exposing himself as somebody who's more motivated towards his own pride and the recognition of his own ego than satiating the basic necessities of kindness and good discourse between his friend. I'd just like to thank him for that as well.
Yeah, I'd like to hear no more about Lupin exposing himself.
Well, I mean, I don't know why you have to inherently think about it that way, Christian. I mean, like that should the kind of mind coming out with you when you're gonna say things like that, and you just immediately, you immediately go and assume things like that. That just goes to show your kind of mind, Christian.
Where'd Brother Pike go? Now you run off Brother Pike.
I'm running everybody off this show, gangster. I'm sorry. First I ran off Lupin, then I ran off Azo, and now I've ran off good old Christian Pike.
So Gangster and I were talking about women's sports and who actually watched them, and I have to correct myself. Volleyball, women's golf. I tell you what, there's some hotties in those sports. Tennis, yeah, tennis. Got to throw tennis in there. They wear the little short skirts and all that.
Oh man, and they're moving. They're moving around. They're really getting a lot of exercise.
It's good for their
it's good for their health, and yeah. I fully support women's tennis, and I would just like to say that I actually watch women's tennis 100% more often than I watch men's tennis. So that makes me an advocate towards
volleyball. And those are both Olympic sports too, so they count.
That's true. They are both Olympic sports. I wish dueling was an Olympic sport, just to kind of bring it full circle back to what we were doing earlier. The last official dueling in the Olympics was held in 1908, and they used wax bullets rather than actual ones. So, I mean, it's fine. You're shooting a wax bullet at somebody. You're only going to, break a rib.
I've been shot with a wax bullet before. It's not that bad.
Yeah, Aiden, you are an Olympic sport.
Gangster, why you copy pasting volleyball and tennis so much?
I thought my phone was glitching out.
Nope.
I thought my phone was like, what the heck's going on?
What is going on around here?
Oh, we're just talking about women's sports and how useful they are.
I thought about joining those.
Yeah.
I'm sure you did, Christina.
Yeah. Thanks.
We got women's wrestling, right?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Logan seemed a little too excited for that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Logan's like, yeah, I know.
Have you seen, the videos of these poor little high school boys that are having to wrestle girls, in official wrestling matches and whatever?
Okay,
they all seem so scared. They seem so scared to get in there and just, do their thing. It's like, come on, y'all can't.
Why do they have boys and girls wrestling each other in high school?
Bro, it's 2024. Where you been? Girls can do anything better than guys.
I guess.
God, what an original take.
We're about to find out about that here in a few months.
Well, I got some chili to eat, boys, so I gotta go.
Oh, all of a sudden you gotta flee from the conversation with cowardice?
Well, I literally just finished. The chili has just cooled to the point where I can ingest it at this point.
What are you eating?
Don't have chili in Canada. You know what?
No.
What?
I was going to show it to you, but I actually have the stream playing on the TV, and it's going to create a horrific echo.
I was going to show it to you, but there's some reason that I can't show it to you.
Oh, you know what? Fine. I'll mute it on my phone, and then I'll go show you the chili.
I made Aiden mute his phone.
Oh.
I ain't seen the first chili.
What is Mod talking about DDoS? What does she know about DDoS?
Pike, what if they had a wrestling match between you versus Mark?
I feel like I would lose a wrestling match between me and most people because I'm pretty out of shape.
Oh.
Plus, Mark, you have military training, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd bring weapons if I had to fight Mark.
So there was the chili. I showed you the chili.
I didn't see the first chili. What are you talking about?
I showed the chili. The fact that you weren't paying attention is not my fault.
Did anybody else see the chili?
I did.
I'll trust Logan, Aiden, but not you.
Yeah, that's fine. Just like I trusted you that you drove a tank yesterday, right?
I showed
APC.
volumes of evidence. Stop.
No, it's an APC. No, Mark's correct. It's an armored personnel carrier. You know, we have both of those at the military museums, and I've actually been inside both of those
That's
before.
the only place you guys have one is in the museum. You're Canadian.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Let the.
I mean, you're
plebe
right about that,
think
and
what
that
they
really hurts
want
my
about it.
feelings, but no, we've got like 3
Forever.
Leopard tanks from the 1990s to our name. That's basically
Watch out,
Very nice.
Honduras. Here we come.
But market.
I do want to purchase a
Pike is
Humvee.
forever young.
$3,500, baby.
$3,500. That's just the
Forever.
amount of fuel that you need to put in it like every week. So, you know,
Right.
it kind of evens out, right?
It's true. It's true.
Be
What'd
a
you
good
say,
little
Logan?
grocery getter.
Yeah. I would only use it for local commuting, you know?
There wouldn't be no more groceries.
Mark,
Yes.
Brother Pike is forever young.
He wants
He's
to
gonna
be
never be
forever young.
Yeah, my hair don't think so.
gonna live forever young.
My
Forever
hair
live.
is forever.
Come on, Christian,
still in
belt it
bed this
out.
morning.
I save those belts for special occasions.
No,
Like with
I
the
know. Yeah.
The
Damn
audience
it,
is
Mark. I
waiting.
was about to say that.
Too
The
slow.
audience is waiting for me to hit my hallelujahs.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what, if they keep singing songs about him not wearing shorts, the belt probably is going to come out sooner or later, you know?
Yeah.
He doesn't even try to contradict. He's like, yeah, that's true.
Brother Pike, you should have 8 more kids before you could tie with Steve Anderson.
I have 4, which is kind of like having like 44. So I don't think I can handle even the ones that I have, let alone more.
10 more before you could outdo Steve Anderson.
Steven Anderson is a person that I've only ever heard of through other people. I've never listened to any of his sermons.
He's a
I
crazy
think you've
guy. He
listened
said
to
that
more of
gay
my
shit.
sermons than you've listened to Steve Anderson's sermons, Christian.
I've listened to quite a few of yours, that's for sure.
That's
No,
true.
ever since I became a father, I don't think I've ever had anything. They've just kind of things have just kind of had me. Like,
Yeah. Yep.
You don't really own anything. You're just allowed to
No.
exist within that space and cohabitate
Exactly.
with
People don't
that
know
person.
how true that is, man. When you have kids, like you don't have a life, you don't have hobbies, you just get used to the fact that everything you're doing is for someone else.
See, people, you admit that tacitly, but then you people are the exact people that are like, "Oh man, I couldn't imagine my life without a kid. Oh man, the kid is the
We
best
say
thing
that
that's
because
ever
we can't
happened in my
remember
whole
it, and
life."
that's the
It's just
reason
cope.
why.
It's just cope.
it's
Forever
a
young.
unique experience.
Yeah.
Being responsible for a miniature human being.
I got about as much
the
of that
thing
as I
has-
needed raising 4 little girls. I got
It's
everything I
one of
needed.
those things that causes as much happiness as it causes grief and sadness. So it just balances out, and at some point you just kind of accept it, and it's like, okay,
I'll
it's
tell you
what it
this.
is.
I don't know that a person has fully experienced life until they've had children.
I mean, I'm sure a polio patient would say something similar, Christian.
What the heck kind of comparison is that?
Yeah, I'm sure Franklin Delano Roosevelt was like, "Man, being president is great, but it wouldn't be half as good without that polio, though."
Forever young.
Okay.
Mod said in the comment, when you have more than one, they plot against you. I disagree with that. It only takes one to plot, and plot she does. Let me tell
And
you,
plot she
still
does.
ain't done.
If anything, the
still ain't
plots
done
happen
those
more frequently because they don't have another sibling to plot against.
Exactly.
Beatings happen? Yeah, they definitely do. Yeah, my girls.
As a former
like,
only
plot to steal
child,
my
I can
phone.
say that with confidence.
My girls steal my phone. Like, one of them will walk over and be like, "Hey, Dad, how was your day?" and start like rubbing my feet, and then I'll turn around and the whole thing was a plan. And they run off my phone. They do it all the time.
Serves you right for like believing in a fellow human being that they have integrity, Christian. I mean, like you should have
Yeah, I
learned
quit
that.
believing that a long time ago.
But Brother Pike's forever young. He's gonna live forever, forever
I do what
young.
I want, Mod.
Children of their own.
It's not like Christian had anything valuable to say anyway. I mean, like, what do you think he's gonna say? Something that's worthwhile?
I'm about to say something really touching. You ready?
Don't touch me.
Yeah.
I was gonna make a joke like that. So, are we taking a vote on whether Steven Anderson's innocent or guilty?
Is that what this is about?
Because I'm
Can I?
siding with
But
the
can I?
minority.
Yep.
Can I give the verdict of ultra guilty?
All right, Aiden, vote. Did Steven Anderson beat his wife with a drop cord?
Yeah. So he's
Because that's a
super
hard thing to
ultra
believe, man. Like,
dodeca guilty.
okay, Mark, did Steven Anderson beat his wife with a drop cord?
I do understand that that's the allegation. If true, that's pretty terrifying.
But do you really think it happened like in the real world for real?
I tend towards agreeing with the preponderance of witnesses.
Okay. Logan, do you
Which
think
is
Steven Anderson beat his wife with a drop
4
cord?
out of 4 grown kids.
Yeah.
Y'all all
And here's the
believe
thing.
that actually happened?
I don't know.
I
I'm
don't know.
not
Are you
going to
trying
make
to
a
stick up for the
definitive
guy?
statement on it.
It's just a hard thing to believe, man.
And
It's a hard thing to believe. You literally were. Never mind.
okay,
I'm
so
just saying, hitting somebody
here's
with a drop cord.
guilty or not. Obviously, Anderson is disqualified from being a pastor, according to 1 Timothy 3:4-5. It says he has to be one that ruleth well his own house, having his children in subjection with all gravity. His kids are not in subjection. His kids are speaking out against him. Something was going on at that house that was not being ruled well.
And I understand that. I'm not trying to take up for him. It's just like if you told me, hey, he shot his wife with a laser gun, I'd be like, a laser gun? That's
I don't
how
think
it
those
sounds
two
to
things
me.
are equally as absurd, though,
Well,
Christian. I really don't.
Hang on, Aiden. As far as being a pastor, and ruling your own house well, you could be the greatest man on earth and super polite to your wife, super good to your kids, but if they're in rebellion against you, you're not ruling your house well. I mean, never hitting them, never doing anything, but they don't listen, they don't follow your lead, they're out doing things that you don't approve of, then you're disqualified because you're not gaining the respect that a man of God should have.
No,
Like
I'm
a
not
true
speaking
man of
on whether
God
he's qualified. He may very well be disqualified for a number
Well,
of
I
reasons.
am, and that's the only thing I'm speaking on. I don't want to speak on whether or not it's true that he beat his wife and his kids because I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Right now, there's only allegations. But what I can say with certainty from what I've heard these past couple of days, Steven Anderson does not have his house under control. His kids are rebelling. He's lying. I mean, I hate to say that, but he lied. That when you say I never hit my wife, when in fact you're doing other abusive things, if that's what's going on, that is a lie. So it's hard for me to believe somebody that's being disingenuous.
Wait,
that they're innocent for obvious reasons.
we
But
we got some late breaking news from high in the sky in the mod chopper. Missing Mod has reported that J-Dubs apparently got arrested on stream. What the heck? We need to see that. Somebody pull
Who is
that up.
J-Dubs?
Dude, J-Dubs was the Brett Keane flunky back in the day. He was like Brett Keane's like right-hand guy and still kind of is to a decent extent to this day. We got to watch that.
He got arrested on the stream?
I mean, yeah, we got to see that. I don't know. That's what the mod chopper is currently
If that
recording.
turns out to be true, I'll hit all these people with a drop cord.
We don't
watch
have a
it.
confirmed report yet, but our preliminary journalists have reported in, and there are reports of this taking place. GangsterGhost, would you be able to go and perhaps verify this report? I'm not able to because I'm imbibing in chili that Christian doesn't currently believe exists right now. So
I am a chili skeptic.
Yeah, she linked it to me, and I got it right
all right,
here.
let's see this. Can you full screen it?
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend. Apparently, J-Dubs is gonna get arrested on stream here. So
I don't see a J-Dubs.
Yeah, better than invest in a casino.
Right here, this
I agree
guy.
with that.
Oh, is that Mike Kincaid guy?
Yeah, that's J-Dubs.
Testing.
Oh,
Can you
that
hear me? What
racist
happened? Did I
piece of
lose
crap.
everyone?
What's he getting
The
arrested for?
winning never stops, and you could be a winner. You could be next. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure I am. Playing 60 years and well, almost 60. And never win
Bank takes
shit.
50 years to go. 5 years ago, for
I don't get it. Why is he getting arrested?
Oh God, this man, fucking hilarious. That's
I don't
okay.
know. I don't really care. I'm gonna die soon.
Is this the
anyway,
beginning of
so-
the stream or is it at the
Yeah,
timestamp?
I think
I
it's
have
at
no
the
idea.
part where
I think my time
he
is
gets
almost
arrested.
over.
Which
Vaughn.
one of these people is J
You
Dub?
think so?
He's in the top
This
left.
guy,
Well, the thing of it is, though, you're only what, 38, 39,
Yeah,
something
but
like that.
I made a lot of mistakes, though. That's the problem.
That don't mean shit. People make mistakes all the time. People make mistakes all the time. That
I
don't
don't
mean
know,
nothing.
man. I think God's gonna cash in the chips on me soon.
Yeah. Have you put anything good out to the universe of substantial amount?
Of
this
course.
guy here,
What do you mean?
this guy right here, the glasses, J-Dubs. I'm not sure who Sicko is, and this guy's Van Helton.
Von Helton, dude. That's another Brett Keane OG right there.
He says he has abilities to keep prices from getting hit by storms.
Now all we're missing is Smokey Saint.
Yeah,
The
Smokey
Smokey
Saint. Oh
Saint.
my god. I haven't heard. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Dude, I was on his last live stream with Brett Keane before he went down. Like, I didn't know who the guy was, and it was like the next day, all those allegations came out.
And then Brett tried to act like he had nothing to do with the guy ever. He's like,
Right,
I was
right.
never friends with that guy.
I was on the stream with him, and they were all buddy buddy. Like they were
Yeah.
shut, man.
That was the last one before he deleted all those and tried to sweep it under the rug.
All right, when does this guy get arrested?
I'm not sure. I think.
I mean, you know my life better than anyone.
Yeah, well.
Skip ahead.
What do you think? Yeah, from your opinion?
Yeah,
have I done anything
I really don't want to
that's
hear their
worthy of
inane
keeping me around?
conversation.
I mean, if you've done like I
Shit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think it was back.
Yeah.
Back a little bit.
I'm on the
Here we go.
phone. They smack me around
Go
so
back some
much,
more.
though.
Yeah, here we go.
I
Sorry about
sometimes
that.
feel like God just smacks me around.
Okay, look, you have said yourself you are Gaelic. Okay, if you're Gaelic, that means you're a pagan. So why the fuck won't you just get into freedom
That's
religion?
not true.
Get back
Gaelic
to
is
being
a
a pagan again,
language.
and then the gods
Yeah.
will bless.
That is correct.
I think you
And
go all the way back to fucking Adam and Eve. I mean, holy shit.
oh my god.
He's right about that.
Yes, because Adam and Eve were
I
Gaelic.
get
That's
what
true.
you're saying. I dig it.
They
I
make
dig
Celtic
it.
pigweeds.
Unsold Dodge Ram under $9,743.
Good deal.
Damn, really?
Christian
Oh yeah, because they
with his
got to get rid of them
commentary.
because they pay taxes on them. See, any car that's still on the car lot after a certain period of time, if it's still on the lot, they pay taxes on it, and they don't want to pay no taxes on some bitch, so they'll sell it for damn near nothing to get rid of it.
Oh, here it is.
I'm on the
They
phone.
will. They will. Because they want it off their lot,
I'm just
so they don't
eating
have to pay
McDonald's.
taxes on it.
I
And
am.
boy, Kentucky socks it to you on taxes on a vehicle. They
Yeah,
sock
sure.
it to you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's going down.
Yeah, and taxes on cars are pretty rough.
He's
Even
got his
in
hands
Canada,
raised.
it's like $600 a month for a new vehicle, pretty much.
They're not even caring right now. He's literally
We
getting
get it
arrested
from
right
him
now,
and
and they're
Bill
just
Coles,
going
probably.
on with their
Okay.
conversation.
Where's the chat?
This is strange.
You have to pay to enter Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes. It's free. It's free.
They're
Really.
talking about a sweepstakes.
We used to get them in the mailbox all the time.
Is John getting in trouble with my manager or something? Or
Yeah, probably. He's probably going to be killed.
for streaming?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fucking managers, man. They piss me off.
So he's sitting in a
I hope
McDonald's
that son of a bitch hears me,
trash,
honestly.
and now he's getting arrested on stream.
Fucking scumbag.
Is that what's
It's a
going on?
That's actually
family-friendly
hilarious.
restaurant, but apparently not anymore.
Oh well, John's getting kicked out.
But why is the chat? Why is the chat?
Oh
Getting
yeah,
stopped?
trolls would love that.
Apparently, according to Missing Mod, it's because he had alcohol and a gun in his car, and I'm assuming that he's a felon.
Is he?
Oh.
What did he admit that on stream or something?
I have no idea. I'm only getting info from her.
Come get this gun, you Persian cowards.
Yeah.
That
You
guy
really do
learned how.
sound like Alexander the Great when you say that.
I
He
appreciate it. I
raised
appreciate you thinking we know what he sounded like.
the
I
gods.
know exactly what he sounded like because I'm the reincarnated form of Alexander the Great, Christian, so I actually do have it on
You're
authority
like
where Alexander
Alexander
the
the
Great said.
Bad. Like,
Yeah, they're saying in the chat John just got swatted. So
Your nickname is literally Jelly Roll, son, so I wouldn't be
since
talking if I
when?
were
Like
you.
4 minutes ago?
No, your official nickname is Jelly Roll. Everybody calls you it in confidence, and I don't think that you're around, so I'm the only one that has the courage to say it to your face.
I like that nickname, actually.
hey, let's get back to the stream. I want to see what's going on. Everybody's
Yeah, shut up, Jelly Roll.
watching the stream. I'm having to watch the chat for updates. Skip ahead some because
Probably
apparently
like
the phone
250
just sits there
pounds
for a
too.
while.
They do love their donuts.
They do love their donuts.
He's in a McDonald's right now. It looks like.
Yeah.
Dogs that get their donuts.
Get to live. Get to the live part of it, Logan.
Jeffrey Wild on you? I think it's.
I think,
you're like-
according to Mod, that they walk him
Oh,
out to the car at
happening?
one point. Yeah, he picks up the phone and they walk him out.
Take my Best Buy bill, so I need my license plate bill.
Oh, J-Dubs.
Keep it on cam. Don't turn it off.
Poor J-Dubs.
Mod, will you come on and tell us what's happening?
Yeah,
I think
that'd be
it's
much
top,
better.
Honestly,
Yeah, because all they're talking about is like getting
sounds
mail
like
and
it.
rebates.
What do you think?
Oh, it's not live.
Top.
Have you done your tax returns yet this
You
year?
think it's
As a matter of
top or
fact, I haven't done my tax returns yet this year. Now that I think about it.
You never know with these
Moses is way
fucking trolls
cheaper
these
than
days.
Chipotle.
I did hear that he asked for ID, so
You know, Christian, you could get 2.6% APR financing on this latest car loan here.
You can save 100% on your car insurance by canceling your car insurance.
I'd like to know what the fuck he did. I mean, he's just sitting there.
he's just sitting there chatting. He's
Yes.
done nothing.
What the fuck did he do?
It's probably that son of a bitch Todd Malacote. I guarantee you that.
All the
Yeah,
way.
it probably is Todd Malacote.
I was thinking it was Todd, too.
He's trying to get him in trouble.
I thought it was you, Christian.
Maybe I am Todd Malcolm.
Can you provide proof that
I
it
did
wasn't
hear
you?
the word ID though, so I know it's a cop.
Yeah.
I hope.
If
it's
you
okay.
heard the word ID while it was going down, then why were you talking about a freaking sweepstake?
You got to get that mail-in rebate.
I mean, like, hey, you okay, buddy? Everything all right? I guess that's not the main priority at that moment in time.
That
Gotta talk about
Twinkie
them
redeemed
sweepstakes.
Wow, it was live, I guess. But are you going to download this to upload it? It's about him getting arrested.
As though says volleyball and tennis.
It's a good point.
That I've been saying.
Christian, just level with me for a moment, okay? Just level with me.
Arrested
If
for
you
fucking
had
sitting
to
there
watch
doing
a
nothing?
match of
That's
men's
fucked up.
tennis or a match of women's tennis, which would you
It's
watch?
not
That's the way-
been confirmed yet, but I did hear the word ID. So
Well, see, that's the
Well,
thing.
hope he's
though. I mean,
okay.
that's the way.
If I was
That's
a
the
fan
way.
of sports,
That's
and
the
I
way
wanted to
shit is
experience
anymore. I mean,
competition,
they
I'd
don't
probably
give.
watch the
They don't
men's
give. They
tennis.
don't give fucking. They
Wow.
don't care.
Okay.
You know, they don't care.
You can tell me your honest answer once you're off the show, Christian. It's
I wish
okay.
I could get the goddamn
My
police to
honest
but
answer
they
is
won't
rather burn
arrest
my eyes
nobody.
out than watch tennis.
Yeah. I just imagine Christian, like Tammy's taking him on a date somewhere, and he's like, "Oh, where are we
I hear
going,
him
sweetie?"
talking
And she's
to
like,
him.
"Oh, we're gonna go watch some tennis," and he just grabs some hot fire pokers and just.
fuck me.
Oh, speaking of dates, it's time to go back to that Cheesecake Factory.
Oh my gosh,
Your
you never
scuff word.
leave there. You practically live there, Christian.
It's more than a gourd, really. The pumpkin.
I'm sure you probably get pumpkin spice lattes too, don't you,
I
Christian?
get pumpkin cheesecakes at the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, and you have that with your pumpkin spice latte.
That's correct, actually.
So, Mod, is that what's happening? He was drunk and driving? Is that what he's getting arrested for?
Drink driving at
Drinking and
McDonald's.
driving like a true American.
Probably driving tanks.
J
Or
Dubs, yeah, I know
ATCs.
about that guy.
You know, Christian, I'm sure more people per capita in human history have driven drunk in tanks than driven drunk in cars. So that's probably true.
Maybe.
Well,
They
Russia
can't
makes a
do
lot of
nothing.
tanks.
They can't arrest him.
That
They
is
ain't
true.
doing nothing.
They definitely can arrest him.
You know what doxing means?
Doxing.
This is supposed to be America, and nobody even got shot. What the heck?
Oh, fuck no. It was towed.
I mean, they can obviously tell me McDonald's, but I'm not.
I guess he is white, so you
My
know.
fucking browser's frozen.
What the?
What's up, you like? We talk about everything, politics,
If you go to California, they'll treat you like a king.
Rodney King.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out exactly.
Of course, when this fucking happens.
Now, how the fuck did Todd Malico get the police to do something? I can't get the police to do shit.
I work 40 hours.
I love how that's the concern. The concern isn't for his friend. The concern is, why can't I do what that guy did, though?
He believes in the gods of creation, I guess.
He believes in the elder gods, which when I think about that, I just kind of think of like an Easter Island head, and then Stonehenge, and then like, I don't know, all those runes from Lord of the Rings that Tolkien stole from other cultures because he doesn't have an original thought or idea about anything. But like all those things combined
He
is like
had
kind of
all the original thoughts and ideas.
yeah, I'm sure. That's why he wanted
created
Latin.
fiction.
He wanted Latin to be sung in mass, which is an unoriginal language, unlike English, which was still being innovated and developed to that day. No, he just wanted everything to be the same old, same old. That sounds to me like an innovator, Christian. You're right.
Brother,
And I'm getting sick of it.
All right. I'm sorry.
Logan, what'd you say?
Oh, you know that guy Brian Dinglinger? He for some reason thinks that Latin came from Africa.
Yeah, probably did.
Christian, I could tell that you were only half joking when you said you were getting sick of the sorry.
Oh, sorry, Brother Pike.
I think that we should seriously consider banning Aiden from the show. You know, Aiden was talking about
Christian,
taking Dan out
I
of the
just do to
community.
you what you do to See Now and Know and Stump in the Air.
If you started doing that, then I'd kill myself. But but Aiden was saying that we should ban Dan from the community, which we should. But I don't think Dan's the only one that's got to go.
You know what happened, Christian? You know what would happen? The exact same thing that happened when Stump kicked me out of that one show like a year ago. And you said like half an hour into the show, you're like, just for the record, I'd like everyone to know that I miss Aiden. I want back.
That was a long time ago.
I got that
was.
video.
That was like a really long time ago.
It's called Fire Chalk versus Bruce 2, the Aiden Achileas War.
That was back before Aiden finished middle school.
That's true. I still clobbered them in that argument, though. That's pretty funny.
You did win.
Yeah, this is crazy. Look at poor old Helton. He looks like Santa Claus.
Who's the static? Someone's got some static in the background.
Let's see.
I think it's the video.
It's the video.
Yeah, that is the video. Can we
But
mute
if
that?
it's
That's
not the
giving me a
video,
headache.
it's probably you, Aiden.
You know, Christian, I know that you've never considered that you are the problem at any point in life, but
That's true.
I'm just here to let you know that it's always been you that's been the problem. It's never been anybody else.
Like it was me all along?
No, it was you all along. Like any hardship that you've had, even if you could provably trace it to an external source, only did that from your unconscious prompting.
Yeah, I think you might be right. That sounds like something Lupin told me.
I don't think you put it that eloquently, though. I feel like there was a lot more uhs and ums and you knows and...
I was like, oh, Christian, why don't you just leave, man? Like, you don't want to be here. And, like, you don't have to be here.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, the buzzing is horrific.
That's a good buzz.
Somebody.
So they got his phone.
Who's got the phone?
Who picked up the phone?
Could be a cop.
An officer, I
Doing
guess.
it.
Officer Friendly did.
Officer Friendly.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was Stump that was arresting him, you know?
I don't know.
Oh man, the other day it was B.S. Lewis that made the single funniest
know.
joke I've ever heard on stream. Everyone was joking about Stump shooting
is he gonna
unarmed
go
black
now?
men, and then Stump had
Okay,
said
well, I'll
some
leave it over
rebuttal.
here. I don't want to leave it inside.
Hold on, mute this stream. Whatever Christian's saying is way funnier than this crap.
No,
Well,
I don't
I'm
mean to
leaving
interrupt.
them.
I hate to interrupt, but
Go
it
ahead.
is funny. Like they were talking about how Stump shoots unarmed black men, and then Stump was like, "Oh, I had encounters with 9 black men, and there was never any blah blah blah." And then B.S. Lewis just out of left field was like, "What's the chances of running into 9 unarmed black men?" It was like next level funny.
Oh, man.
Oh, anyways, that's all I had.
No, that's some Carlin level. That's some Carlin level commentary.
It was
right there.
really funny.
I wish if I could ever
Where's
be
his
half
car
that
at?
funny at any point on stream, I will be genuinely envious.
No, my 0.3% African roots were highly offended.
You're on thin ice, Christian.
They're arresting your poor little J-Dub. I used to go on their show a long time ago, but for some reason J-Dub lied to Brett, said I made fun of and hated on him and Van Helton. I didn't do anything.
Well, yeah,
like
J-Dubs
that.
always lies. J-Dubs lies even more frequently than Brett Keane does, and that's saying something. But like J-Dubs is like a truly pathological liar.
Paul Van Helton. He looks like Santa Claus.
Yeah, he certainly looks like Santa Claus the later years, you know?
Yeah.
Hey,
that late Claus.
That's right. Santa Claus done hit the pipe, and then we got to see this version of Santa.
That Claus has seen some things.
Mrs. Claus has seen even worse things.
That Claus don't
gods
even
of
speak to Rudolph no more after what happened.
I think they took their stream down.
Don't worry,
Yeah,
I
it's probably in
downloaded
their
it.
best interest.
Oh, no, never mind. No.
Or
You
is it-
downloaded it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to their channel and it's not. The last thing they have is from 17 hours ago.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think if you
Forever.
refresh, if you refresh it, then it's not going to load. If they took it down,
Let's see.
J-Dubs lies like a cheap
The
rug. That's
lottery
true,
is scam.
spooky.
It's just that your chances of winning are like
It's still
50
up.
billion to 1 or something.
I think so.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Man, you're on point today, Christian. Oh my
Had a-
goodness.
Well, that was
It's
crazy.
gone.
Got,
It's gone. Huh?
It's
We
gone?
just witnessed J-Dubs get arrested live. That's.
I mean, I
well,
really
almost
hate it. I
live.
don't want to see anybody get arrested. I don't know why.
We've just proved Missing Mod
Well, J-Dubs
can
is
be a
kind of
reliable news source.
J-Dubs is kind of a piece of work. He really is.
I mean, I'm sure that's probably true, but jail still sucks.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
My problem with the prison system is that it just makes no sense unless you're a violent offender to get thrown in with a bunch of hardened criminals and just
You
basically
definitely
get
come out
taught
worse
how
in
to commit
prison.
crime even better than you did before.
Oh, like
That definitely happens.
We should beat him with drop cords.
We could try the drop cord method, just like a trial run.
oh,
You know,
like this guy?
it's more
Steven Anderson
draconian.
might be onto something with the drop cord thing.
It's more draconian, but I genuinely do think like the whole like, yeah, you did this crime, you get 30 lashes. I think that probably would ultimately be better for society than throwing these people into these tiny
like,
little
look,
cages with these
Baby,
hardened
those
criminals.
pancakes were not as good as usual. Get the 16 gauge.
Here's a gangster.
That's a true
real
gangster right
OG
there.
gangster right there.
No, that guy's seen things. He's
done
only
things.
seen half of things, but he's seen things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
He's been
praised this.
along for licks. Some call them licks.
It's true.
Some of
Mark boss.
What the?
Is that a Jello mold?
I don't know.
Nice.
I'd worship that.
Christian's like, yeah, I'd break the second commandment for that one.
I'd quit killing cows on account of this figure.
Peter's here.
Peter.
Oh, great.
I think your buddy J-Dub got arrested.
Peter,
Peter, can you comment on this?
Hey,
Yeah,
Peter.
We need your.
I'm gonna be like Joe. I'm gonna be like Joe Swanson. Let's all do a Joe Swanson from Family Guy. Who could do the best? Hey, Peter. Let's see.
Hey, Peter.
Bad boys, what you gonna do?
Hey, Peter.
What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys.
Peter, did you call the police on J-Dubs?
Nope.
Okay.
I think he did it himself. Well, I've been
He
watching
did it himself?
I think this. I watched this unfold for the past few days.
So he arrested himself.
No,
Sometimes you gotta put
but
the work on
if you're
yourself.
if you're sitting in a McDonald's, right, doing a live show, and just casually telling people that, first of all, you got a gun in the car, and you got lots of alcohol in the car, like whiskey. You just got enough whiskey in the car, and then at times saying, "Yeah, you want to die, you want to shoot yourself," and
so he pulled a
saying that you want to shoot other people, and then going out driving hammered drunk and streaming that live, and then going back to the same McDonald's every single time.
Huh.
I'm just
That seems like he's really. It seems like
I'm
he's
just
really
guessing.
happy with his life.
Yeah, I'm just guessing that at some point the people in McDonald's will say to the cops, "Hey, he's back. You want to check him out or something?" Because
he's back. You're right.
So
what you want?
he lives in Jersey, and so for him to have a gun in the car, he needs a concealed carriage permit.
And we're not even sure he has a driver's permit.
For that, no, well, he's an Uber driver too. So for that, but for the concealed carriage, he needs 4 character witnesses. He could come up with one when he got the gun, but there's no way that he got 4.
I mean, I've got for him.
Yeah. I mean, the people he knows are his 2 former landlords who kicked him out because he smeared shit all over the bathroom.
Gee whiz.
And so then he's got his ex-wife who had to kick him out because when he married her for a green card, he was supposed to convert to Islam, which he didn't do. So
they never.
Well, he did pretend to for a period.
Hold on. His in-laws put him up in a nice home with everything, right?
You're not telling the full J-Dubs lore.
Oh, I mean, J-Dubs and I go way, way back.
Oh, I know, because
several years.
I know you because you used to associate with J-Dubs as heavily as you used to. So I knew you beforehand, but I never directly interacted.
I never associated with him. I got kicked off.
No, but he brought you up. He would always bring up this guy named Peter.
Oh, that's possible because I got under his skin, I think.
Yeah,
and I got under Von Helton's skin as well. I got into a fight with him over who liberated the Netherlands. And Von said that it couldn't have been the Canadians because they didn't have any tanks in the 19th.
I literally we have them at the museum right now. I guess those don't exist.
I have pictures of my mother on a Canadian tank.
Suspect.
I mean, yeah. But yeah, so I think J-Dubs pretty much brought this on himself. There's no way that people aren't listening to you when you're sitting in the same McDonald's ordering the same shit every single day because you're homeless and you're living in your car.
Hey, Peter. I said the same thing to Lupin earlier. I said the same thing to Claude earlier. We're trying to keep the cursing down on the channel.
Oh, sorry. My no problem. But yeah, so if that's what you're doing, last I checked, McDonald's was a family-friendly business, and so if you have J-Dubs, I mean, I cursed once. J-Dubs curses what? Twice in every sentence? And he does
Hey, I'm
that
not
in the
saying
middle of McDonald's.
if you want me to say that you're of higher moral character than J-Dubs, I pretty much assumed that was a given in this conversation. But yes,
I was expecting that you said
Peter DeTucker is of higher moral
you make my
character
day. You make
than
my day because
J-Dubs.
I was expecting that you would say I highly doubt that, but I mean that was what I was expecting.
Well, he's
At least
only of
from you,
higher
Aiden.
character than J-Dubs in Peter's mind, but I'm just trying to satisfy his delusion of things, you know?
You need to step up your inner troll, Aiden. I mean, I can take
your
it.
outer I'm troll. sorry.
No problem. I have no
I try to
problem with that.
I try to save that in reserve for when people like Bubblegum come by, you know.
Okay, yeah. But yeah,
But Peter, I know that I can't get under your skin as easily as Bubblegum because you are much more intelligent than he is.
Bubblegum can't get under my skin.
I know, it's beautiful because I've seen both of us get under his skin, so it's great.
And that's so easy to do.
It really is.
Yeah.
Bubblegum does mess up your saying, though. I was going to be like, hey, I came here to fight with Bubblegum and chew Bubblegum, and I'm all out of Bubblegum, and the saying just collapses.
It's pretty good.
It doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
No, it's actually pretty good.
By the way, hey, Mark Stoney, how have you been doing? How was your birthday? Did you do anything special?
Mark Stoney is a father in his late 30s. The most special thing that he probably did was
very late 30s.
Get a blizzarded Dairy Queen, is what I'm assuming.
He's in his really late 30s.
He's so what you're saying, Christian, is he's 40-ish?
He's 40-ish. In fact, you can just start calling him 40, just sort of round up at this point.
40-ish.
Christian, I still haven't heard your Joe Swanson, by the way.
I know another person who's 40-ish.
No, but I need to hear it, though, Christian. I need to.
Hey, Deviant.
Why can't... Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Deviant.
Hi. I tried another mic, and I'm not sure if you were busy or if you didn't hear me. Now I'm using the regular mic, and it seems to at least be working.
I didn't hear you before, but I saw the picture, so.
Oh, okay.
Mark, are you there?
Yeah. I will.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
I have to. I have a message. I have a message.
I have a question for Deviant, but
Shut up.
only after she's
Shut up.
delivered her
Shut up.
message.
Damn it, Aiden.
It's to say hi from Soot and an extra hi. So hi.
I have a question before
our
Aiden's
lovely ghost.
Is Soot there with you?
He's not. He's in the shower, but we are in the same place. Yes.
So hold on. So there's a naked Soot
shower together?
close to you? Pointing that out.
Call yourself a
Peter, you just can't help yourself, can you?
No, I can't.
You're the horniest man I've ever known in my entire life.
If there's a chance that I can embarrass someone, I will always do that. So
insatiable, simply insatiable. I have a question for Deviant though.
That's what she said.
If Norway is the foreskin and Sweden is the dick and Finland is the balls, does that mean that St. Petersburg is in the taint?
Yes.
And this is the guy who criticized me for cursing. And said that I was horny.
Peter, that's what jokes need. They need a setup.
He just imagined a male genital.
All jokes need a setup.
I mean, the biggest on the planet, and I'm the horny guy, right?
But
it is a
Peter,
massive phallus. You can't deny that.
You're missing one thing, though. This was
Missing Mod,
my
that's because you're
analogy
6 foot
from
tall.
the other day. It was my analogy from the other day that he's
Okay.
working with.
Oh, Miss Outcast, I need to. We watch video by John Anderson. He has his own channel now, and we just saw this one guy, J Dub, Brett King's friend, get arrested.
Persecuted, I
Oh.
think, is the word that you're looking for. Persecuted unfairly for possessing a firearm and talking about using it and drinking and driving and accosting people in a McDonald's. I mean, being unfairly persecuted. Probably for his faith, I'd
You
add as
can't
well.
do anything anymore these days because
I
they'll
know.
arrest you for everything.
One moment you're talking about shooting random people in a McDonald's, and the next moment you're getting like arrested. I mean, like, what the hell?
Yeah. I mean, this is so for everyone who isn't subscribed, go look for a channel called Nats in the Pizza. And if you want to just steer away from all the non-relevant stuff, Nats in the Pizza will post everything on their channel
About
J-Dubs and Von Helton.
okay.
I
I'm
mean,
sure they're gonna have a field day with what just happened.
I mean, has anyone seen the "You Are Loved" video by Von Helton?
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, I do have to share that with you.
Okay.
Because I mean, let me see. Von Helton News Network. You Are Loved. There we go.
Von Helton is the most
on full
well
screen.
put together individual I've ever known in my life.
Yeah, and surely that is not steeped in deep irony.
No, DB, you're gonna hear the sanity radiating off of this man.
Ooh, 2-8.
Oh, this
I'm not going to bullshit you guys. I have had periods of doubt and unbelief. I've had thoughts of just throwing in the towel and giving up completely.
Spoiler, the thrown-in towel will be visible when he goes to the other room. Just look on the floor.
And I mean, I'm human like you, okay? Yeah, I may be this big bad sorcerer, but when it comes down to brass tacks, I'm human just like you. I have feelings just like you.
He thinks
and I get periods where I doubt and I have unbelief, and and I was in one of those particular instances, and so I go in here to the bathroom. All right, and
there's a towel he threw in. And let's
there's a horrible echo.
Probably me.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, considering you're the only one that's not echoing.
Look at the bathroom floor.
It's pretty nasty.
Yeah. Wait until you see the bath.
You gotta clean that out.
I'm doing this live so that you can see this happen live. And look at there in the bathtub.
What?
The shade.
I just lost my appetite.
That wasn't there before. That's new. It's in the shape of a heart, guys. And the feeling that came over me, it was not a voice in my head. If you're hearing voices in your head, go see a shrink, because you a crazy motherfucker.
Can you pause?
But it was a feeling.
Okay.
What's up
so
echo?
Yeah, I don't know what this
I think
echo.
that's because I'm sharing the screen.
How are you Mr. OBS wizard that can't figure out how to share the screen without echoing?
This is, if anything, this is a thing in Restream. I have no clue.
No, I've shared the screen before, and I've never had an echoing problem.
I have echo cancellation on, noise suppression on, everything. I have no clue why it's echoing.
And you're the only one who's not
Peter Tucker, more like Peter technologically illiterate.
Probably.
Don't do that. Don't just like make everybody feel bad.
Well, you said it.
Yeah, but then you reacted like,
You need to fix that echo.
Please,
Yeah,
I'm desperately asking you to close the video.
Okay, but so there you go. The gods.
Is it better?
Mate.
Nope.
No.
No, it's not.
Peter, close the video.
Close the video.
Peter.
Thank you.
How is it now?
Sanity has been restored. Okay.
Yes. What
Peter,
were
it's
we
not just
looking at?
us that are on the panel, it's everybody that's watching that can't hear it as well when there's a really bad echo.
Hold on.
But
okay, so
imagine having a tub that nice and letting it fall into that level of disrepair. Like that looked like a nice soaker tub right there.
Now you're thinking that it's just a tub.
But what were we looking at? I don't even know what the video was.
He was talking about heart shape.
The gods.
Yeah, the gods.
So the gods of creation sent him a sign that he was loved because they made a heart in what he called the dust, but it wasn't dust because we all could see that wasn't dust. You could put pot plants in there.
Coal dust, maybe.
So, and whose was it?
That's his bathroom. Yeah.
Who is he? Who is he?
Von. Oh,
the guy who was on the
do you have a couple of hours?
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna go.
No, I'm just joking.
Von Helden is most famous for getting his kids taken away by CPS 13 times. The 13th time, it was indefinite. They were put up for adoption because...
Deviant?
Yep.
I'll take back a full percentage of everything I've said about Egypt if you get Peter to change the subject. I'm not talking about half a percentage. I'm talking about one full percentage.
We're in the middle of explaining Vaughn to Deviant, and now you want to change the subject.
Deviant, I'm just letting you know the offer's out there.
He's a... So your son, Peter, is telling you that you should mute yourself. What's that about?
My son always says that I should mute myself.
Get owned by your own kid.
Yeah. And in all fairness, my son is less than 5 years younger than me. So
what?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get how that happens.
I have that. You know what? Same here, man. Same here.
I think Spooky's 59 or something, and I'm 62.
So 3 years. How's your math, Peter?
But Spooky looks older than me.
You gotta understand, Deviant, it's Dutch math, and as we know, the Dutch are extremely greedy, just like as a whole. So they just kind of like round things in their favor.
We have to be. We don't have much of a country. We need
everything
what? We can get.
No, let me call both of your cultures out for a moment. All right, let me call both of them out. What's this I hear about the fact that if you go to either the Netherlands or Sweden, that you very rarely, if ever, get fed when you're at a guest's house? Is this true?
You do what?
Is this true?
When you're at a guest's house? What's a guest's house?
In a guest house or at a guest's house? Wouldn't you be the guest if you were at someone else's house?
I don't know, but Mr. Outcast, yeah, that guy J-Dub,
nice
he's
segue.
buddies with Brett King. He got arrested live on YouTube.
Oh.
I'm sorry, they tried arresting me, but I just broke free.
Keep running, Aiden. Keep running.
No, what I was saying was that there's European cultures, like you go to Greece or you go to Spain or you go to Italy or you go to one of those places, and it's very likely that you'll be fed as a guest at someone's house. Almost certain that you'll be fed. But from what I've heard, if you go up into Northern Europe, except for Britain, of course, I mean we're just like the exception to the rule. Yeah. But if you look at like the Nordic countries and the Germanic countries, they're very unlikely to feed you food if you're a guest at someone's house from those countries. Now, I just had to ask, is that
that's
true?
for
And no matter what your answer
Oh.
to that question is, I'm going to rail you for it.
No. So and when I grew up, we went to Germany on holiday a lot. The Germans are extremely hospitable. So we had
Southern
one
Germany or
woman that
Northern
we
Germany?
visited every year. She would bake, I think, at least 5 cakes or pies or whatever you want to call them when we went over there. So
Were you somewhere
that's
northern like Saxony or somewhere southern like Bavaria?
in between Essen.
What did you say, Aiden, about if you
The
go to
Netherlands?
northern countries,
The
you're
Nordic
not,
countries.
yeah, you're not
That
given
it is
food.
unlikely that you will be fed as a guest at someone's house.
Aiden, the term is
Well, it
Scandinavian.
depends. It depends.
In my country,
Because
it's
let me
very
tell
weird.
you, if I
If you are a
went
stranger,
to someone's house, I
from
know.
a different
No, wait.
country, you will get fed.
Yes.
Let
If
me
you
finish.
live on the same street and it's
Then no.
dinner time or supper time, you're expected to go home.
Yes.
You're a guest at someone's house. What do you mean you're expected to go home?
If it's your neighbors, if you live
Yeah,
on
I
the
don't
same
care
street.
if you're neighbors. How about you be a good host and say, hey, do you want to stay for some food? Nah, just go home.
No, because it's
Wait.
expected that you already have something planned. It's not.
Yes.
It's not this being hospitable. It's
Seems like a post hoc explanation.
What you're not getting, Aiden, is
This is some
the
post hoc
Netherlands. This is the
excuse making.
Netherlands. People
Everyone can
cook
afford
their food every day. It's not the U.S. where
People
you
can afford food. Shut up.
Have to
First
figure
of all,
out what are we going to do? Do we go to McDonald's? Do we go to Chipotle?
First of all,
do we
that
order
criticism-
from DoorDash or do we get Uber Eats? That's not how the Netherlands works. We
yeah,
make
and that's
our
not how it
food
works here
Sweden.
either. I'm not an
of
American,
course it
so you
is.
can't even criticize me by that. You can't even
When was the
criticize
last
me on
time
those
you
lines.
cooked something?
I'm not criticizing you.
I'm not talking about you, Deviant. I'm talking about Peter.
Okay, sorry.
You're
Get
fine,
Aiden and
Deviant.
Peter
You're fine.
in one live
You're
stream, and no
Deviant,
one's
you're
going to
next.
get the room to say anything for the next couple of hours. That's how, every
You're
single
next.
time, Aiden.
Oh,
So you know what, Peter? I first of all, no, I am gonna address Deviant first because she said she was like, well, at least we are able to afford our food. And well, you know
better
what?
address
If
Deviant
you
first.
feed somebody, if you feed your guest, that implies that you have excess food and to feed them. So how does that even make sense as a criticism first and
Because
foremost?
we don't have to show that we have excess.
No, that's not what it's about. It's not about showing.
out of 10 times.
See,
9 out of
you
10 times
were
we
just
don't have
accusing me of reading
access.
into your motives, and now you're reading into our
Listen,
motives.
No. Listen to me. So if you go, first of all, if you go to someone's house as an adult, you're probably invited, which means you're going to be fed. You're going to be given coffee
Yes.
and something sweet to eat and all
So
of
you should have
that.
led with that.
So, but I couldn't because you were talking.
I don't do
And then
that. I don't talk.
But if you, as a kid, you go to like your neighbor's house to play with your friends, then yes, it's expected that you, as a kid, will go home and eat with your parents because they have
Yes.
prepared food for you and
Yes.
they are expecting you
No.
to come home. So
No.
in those cases, but if it's like in the afternoon and the kid is having like an afternoon snack, then it depends. Some families,
So
but
just not an actual meal.
No, because your parents have prepared something for you.
See, but that's a post hoc explanation.
No, it's
Why
not.
should your
That's how
parents
it
be expected?
works.
Why should your parents be expected to prepare
Because
something
they
for you if you're over
have.
at a
Because
guest's
they
house?
will
No,
they
that's circular
have.
logic. Why are
No,
they
it's
expected to do it?
not.
Because they have.
It's
That's
not.
circular
It's
reasoning.
not more circular reasoning than saying, oh, maybe they haven't, so therefore we give it, because maybe they
Evian.
haven't, so therefore we give it. It's the exact same thing. We just have different traditions.
Deviant.
See,
This
I have a Danish
you're
friend.
talking to someone from North America. I don't
Yeah.
care if he's from
I have-
Canada or not.
I
Those are
have
the people.
a
Those are the
Danish
people
friend.
who get kids, and
And
the
he
moment the
told
kids
me
are old enough to wander
that when
outside of
he
the house,
went
Yeah,
they're
to his
on their
friend's
own.
house,
They're on their own. They're not getting fed. If you're not,
No.
I mean, why would we care about our kids? That's how they think. That's the American and Canadian thing.
Yeah.
That's
see,
not
you're
how
just
things
you're
go
just lumping
in
everything
Europe.
together. You're just overgenerous. How? Wait a minute. How does that criticism even make sense? Oh, they're just expected to provide for themselves. When I'm criticizing you for not providing for other people, that doesn't make sense.
But if
That doesn't make
Americans just
sense as a
think,
criticism.
if my kid can get fed at the neighbor's house, I don't have to cook. Yay me.
why?
Yeah.
Off to
What's
the
wrong
neighbors.
with that? What is
But
wrong
there-
with that
No,
idea?
Aiden, shut up and listen. It's not wrong. It's not wrong to invite them to dinner, but it's not custom to do so, because your parents will have something prepared for you. They will be waiting for you to come home
Yes.
and eat your dinner. And as I said, if you're older, if you're grown up, you will be provided something to eat and drink. If you're invited
Exactly.
and there is dinner, then you will be invited for
So
dinner. And
that
there is no difference. Shut up. There is no difference between there's
There
no
is no
difference
shut up. I love that.
between being between having the expectations that your kid is going to get fed at the neighbor's house and not having that expectation. It's just a cultural thing. So you can't say either or is wrong. It's just the thing that
okay.
people normally expect. It has nothing to
Okay.
do with being disrespectful or anything. It's just what people usually do and expect. So
So
there you go.
Exactly.
that being said, how does the criticism? Oh, but dear, speak, to take care of themselves.
I have a question.
No, you shut up! I shut up! You shut up
No,
first, Peter!
you're in
No, you shut
Canada.
up! You wait your turn!
Why do
That's how
you
conversations
care
work! So
about
you let
being
me
fed
explain
when you're in
myself,
Europe?
alright? So the fact is that the criticism was that we don't provide any support to anybody once they turn 18. They're just expected to be totally independent and function totally on their own. How is that a functional criticism when it's more common in our culture to be expect to provide for your guests at your home than it is in your culture? That doesn't make sense as a criticism, and I abhor that. I resent that remark.
How often are you in Europe, Aiden?
I went there like for 2 weeks once. That was pretty cool.
When?
2019.
So you haven't been here. You're not a regular visitor here. Why is this occupying your mind? Whether or not people are getting fed?
I just think it's evidence that you have a backwards culture. You have a backwards culture. That's fine.
Fed.
No, you have a backward culture
People you don't
that
even
doesn't
know,
properly
people
provide
that
for
might
people.
not even be here.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Just throwing out this thing.
I know a friend. He's a Danish friend of mine who said that when he went over to his friend's house, that when his friend would go to dinner and eat, he would be left in his friend's room all by himself, and that they wouldn't invite him out to eat with them. That's a backward,
What?
non-functioning culture.
Okay,
right
are you
there.
talking? You said you have a Danish friend.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I'm not. The Danes are not.
I
In
know
this
you speak
discussion,
very
okay?
highly of the Danes.
I can only say I've been to Denmark several times. They are the most hospitable people I've ever come across. I had to bring stuff there, and I got invited by the owner of the company where I had to bring the stuff to eat with his family at his house. This guy didn't know me. I was just a truck driver. I got invited at the boss's house. And so I've never met people as hospitable as the Danish.
They're very hospitable.
Yes.
They are.
And yet, my friend went hungry.
Yeah, that's probably so we need to know who's your friend. What kind of person is he? Is he like Aiden Lynn or something? I mean, because then I could expect that I wouldn't feed someone like that,
Well,
because
I mean,
he's
like,
gonna ramble
there's a
all
sliding
the time
scale.
while we're eating.
There's a sliding scale of obnoxiousness, right?
and-
You've got like
yes.
Aiden Linden, and then you've got somebody who's like truly on another level, like Peter DeTucker. You know, who
Aiden is
at
the
his
one who
age
slid all the way down the scale. That's Aiden Lynn.
No,
So
I already used that joke. You can't try to get it out in front of me. I literally just
you
used
said
that.
you said it's the sliding scale.
That's right. It's a sliding scale, and you
Yeah.
are further up the scale than I
Yeah,
am.
and you start with the one who's lowest down, and then you go up to the more
So yeah, if I'm
responsible
lowest
and
on the
decent
scale,
people.
then that means that I'm not as obnoxious. Do you know how scales
Well,
work,
you
Peter?
started out when there's Aiden Linden, and
You
then
said I'm at
when
the
you go
bottom of
up
the scale, and then you go up the scale. That's right, which means that you are more obnoxious than me, Peter.
No, you start with the
Yes.
most obnoxious person who slid down the furthest on the scale.
Are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Is your culture not the only thing that's backwards in the Netherlands? Are your scales backwards too, Peter?
Our country is flat. The whole thing of something being higher than anything else is outrageous in
A
our
foreign
country.
notion to you.
It's we don't even. I mean, we have a mountain that's what, several feet high. That's our highest mountain. It's multiple feet.
Multiple.
PGs are having
Yeah.
a show.
Oh boy, I can't wait to not watch that.
Huh?
Go ahead.
What about you,
Say
Peter?
again.
The PGs are having a show.
Oh dear, how sad. Never mind. Yeah,
in
no
other more
one will get
interesting
that reference. The only one who will
Deviant's
get
like,
the
all right.
reference.
So anyway,
The only one who will get that reference, oh dear, how sad, never mind, is Spooky. And Spooky can point out who said it, because it's famous in his country.
Hey Peter, shut up. Deviant was trying to talk. Anyway, Deviant, go ahead.
Yeah.
What? No.
You were trying to segue us into an actual interesting topic.
Yeah,
I
so
was
Vaughn, help.
interested in who is she.
Hey Peter, you remember what I said about shutting up?
She was bloody, beaten for years, and her demeanor was cold, so she cried no tears. That sounds like a song lyric.
It sounds like Twilight.
Okay. And we also have an acknowledgement from Spooky that tells us all we need to know about Peter as a dad. He never made me food. I had to fend for myself.
Yep.
Aiden reminds me of
he
a
just
young
said,
Peter.
Aiden reminds me of a young Peter. It could very well be. But I
I'm his
think
son.
once he hits my age, Aiden is going to be far worse than I am.
You know who I am, Dad.
He will join a live stream
You know
talking,
exactly
and he will
who I
be
am.
kicked off a live stream while still talking. That's never happened to me.
Peter, all I'm saying is that you can come back from the grocery store now, Dad. It's okay.
Oh dear, how sad. Never mind.
Did you know that Peter wasn't always Dutch? He actually
No.
moved to the Netherlands just a couple of weeks after I was born. Did you know that? It's crazy. It's crazy how like the twists and turns of fate work that way. You know?
Is that a thing?
It's even more crazier. No, that's mean.
No, say it. Come on. Come on, you know you
think
want to.
that Peter could be your grandfather.
Ooh.
So that's a double burn.
And so now I have it in my head that I am Darth Dawkins, because that's I could be your grandfather. How old are you?
Oh my goodness, he really is old enough to be my grandfather. Holy crap.
Yes.
And we're not going to mention what I left out of that little comment. Because I can't do a double burn and then do a triple
Okay,
burn
so
by
it's been
burning
settled.
myself. That would just multiply it.
So it's been settled. So Tucker, Peter Detector is my grandfather.
Tucker.
Deviant is my father. And
I am your
that's right. That's right. See, we're very progressive on this show.
Yes. Judge no one, and you don't judge yourself. That's not the Bible verse.
It's like when that first Peter guy came on the show and he's like, "Yeah, you know, the Bible says, I think therefore I am." I'm like, "No, that's Descartes that you're quoting right there. That's not in fact the Bible."
Dang.
What cart are we talking about? Shopping cart and a cart.
Well, I'm sure that joke really killed in like second year university philosophy, didn't it, Peter?
Aren't you the envious one?
Shut up. I mean, like, yeah, you guys get to go to school for free and it doesn't ruin your lives financially for the next 20 years. Isn't that great? Yeah, whatever.
It is kind of great. It's not as great. It's the fact that I feel bad about saying stuff like that is not as great. That is.
All I know is
to
that
be
the
mean.
nukes are going to take slightly longer to hit us than they'll take to hit you. So for like that, like 37 seconds, I can be like, yeah, woo! I can be like Dan at a plane crash. I could be like dancing, you know?
Did you said Dan? If you say it 3 times.
You said it twice. Nobody say it again.
So, Peter, what happened to your face there?
Oh dear, outside, never mind.
Oh, Achileas is back. He's on the PGs.
Oh, it's Akira. I mean, it's Akira. It's Akira. It's Achilles. That's awesome. It's awesome. It's great.
Got something caught there?
I was just talking about my good buddy Akira.
I'd rather watch J-Dubs and Von Helton than Achilles.
So
Maybe
he was
Aiden is my
arrested on stream? Did you say that?
Yes. In the middle of his French fries, and he didn't even get a chance to get his 2 double cheeseburgers that were $1 because you could buy one and got one for free. So,
oh man,
yeah.
Let me tell you, those fries are soggy by now. You know that. Like those fries,
Probably.
unless somebody came by and ate those.
Considering all of this happened yesterday, that it's probably.
It didn't happen yesterday. It happened live right now.
No, it happened yesterday.
No, it didn't. It was just on there live.
No, that's
Yes.
a video.
That was a preview?
Aiden, here's the thing. If you are live on YouTube, once you're done with your live show, it stays on YouTube. And
that's
it's exactly
correct,
the same.
but it's not going to keep being live, Peter, is it?
Yeah, that's why it wasn't live. Because
it was. It literally
I
was.
was here in time enough where Logan said he had downloaded the video.
Yes, because they had removed it. They had removed removed the video by that point.
But Aiden,
Have
then
you
it
ever
wasn't. If they
tried
had
to
removed
download
it,
a video that is live? If you can do that, then hook me up, because
and
I've
if
never
it was
been able to do that.
taken down from the internet, from YouTube, then it definitely wasn't live.
Yeah, and how
That
did
doesn't mean
Logan
that he couldn't
download
have
it
been
if it was
watching it
taken
when it
down?
got taken down.
It isn't taken down. It's still on there.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I thought that they said Mark said that he tried going on there and it wasn't there anymore. So I'm just getting misinformation.
I still have it up. How do you think I sent Missing Mod the link? Because I have the video still up.
Mark was on the panel and he said that he tried going on the channel to find the video and it wasn't there anymore, and that the last thing they had that was at one point live was from 17 hours ago. Because Missing Mod came in here saying that he had just gotten arrested live on stream.
Okay.
Have
Logan,
you already watched it, or?
Yes.
Can you give me a wrench in chat?
Okay.
I'll say hi first, so you don't have to go look.
Okay.
I have staged arrest services packages starting at $199.99. The gold package. Hold on. No, chat went by. And now I can't scroll because my screen is frozen. Oh, there we go. Allows you to fight. The gold package allows you to fight the cop, and we release the canines and keep you for 4 days.
Do I have a wrench, Logan?
Yep. Yeah, you do.
Oh, did the link go through?
I just.
Oh, you thought it was live, but apparently it was last night. I see. So yeah, just to go back on what I was saying before, well, you know what? I didn't know, Peter. I didn't have the right information, so I was working off of misinformation.
There's the link to the video. Still up.
Peter, I admit that I was wrong. But you need to understand, I was wrong because I was misinformed.
I want you to repeat that at least 3 times.
So, Peter,
because
I know that you can't say that, so you relish me saying it. Because you live by proxy through me, much like any old geezer does. They live through the young.
Everyone who knows me will tell you that if I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to admit that I'm wrong.
Where in the? Because I'm not going to watch 2 hours.
You're not going to watch the whole thing?
No.
What?
It's 2 hours.
Yeah, and you've been on this show for like 2 hours, so
yeah,
it's like
but I
basically
like
the same.
you guys.
Hold on.
Well, you like most of us, be honest.
Start at. Okay, I'll post the link again. This time, I'll post it time-stamped to where the cops enter the McDonald's. So you don't have to watch the whole thing. Paste. There you go. The second link is time-stamped.
Oh, awesome. Oops.
I believe the proper terminology, according to Kent Hovind the other day, is time-coded, Peter.
Yeah, but every video is time-coded, because if it wasn't, it wouldn't play. That's the thing.
And now for fun facts with Peter DeTucker.
Christian, don't breathe in, because we need you around. Don't breathe in any weird fumes.
Christian, if you do go and breathe in some of those weird fumes, you could make a lot of money. I'm just saying. You could be like, oh my god, I've got mesothelioma now because I was over by that giant asbestos fire, and they'll give you a lot of money. I'm just saying.
If a very muscular green guy joins Logan's channel later on to talk about speaking in tongues, that's probably Christian Pike.
He got all the gamma rays. Tongues bad!
And then when you make him mad, he grows and turns green.
He grows? Wow.
Why would you go smell it, Christian? Don't do that. I just told you.
You're about to get a Darwin Award, Christian. I wonder what that chemical fire smells
If
like.
there's a chemical fire, you don't go around sniffing things. That's the absolute opposite of what you need to do if there's a chemical fire.
Well, you need to understand, he's an American. Okay, so they only had like a maximum IQ of like 84.
Yeah, there's probably chemicals all across the land where everyone lives anyway, because they need to dump that stuff somewhere.
He said it's outside. Yeah, no crap, but so are you if you can smell it. So don't go out and smell the... Just because you're outside doesn't mean it's safe.
He said it's outside. Just after he said, I can smell it outside.
Yeah, like,
he did,
you know what
first
else was outside?
He went outside and smelled
DDT
it.
and Agent Orange and all of these other horrible chemicals that negatively affect people. All of those got sprayed outside too, Christian.
And you know what happens when people breathe that in? Years and years later, they elected Trump into the White House. That's what that stuff does to you.
I think it was actually leaded gasoline that got Trump in the office. That's my opinion.
So, fun fact, my parrot is screaming. So, fun fact, the guy who figured out to put lead in gasoline is
Thomas Midgley Jr.
It's the same guy who figured out how to put Freon in
That's
refrigerators.
correct. Yes, you're correct. Yes,
both cause cancer in people.
Thomas Midgley Jr. is, and I kid you not, the single most... He's the single most harmful organism on the environment of this planet in the planet's history. And if you look at the life of Thomas Midgley Jr., he really was a perfectly well-to-do guy who just lived a humble life where he tried to keep to himself and do his own thing. But to me, that just showcases the true banality of evil, because he had no idea, at least when it came to Freon. Now, it's inarguable that what he did with leaded gasoline was horrible, and that was covered up. When he was made vice president of the Ethyl Corporation, he was made so because he had come up with that compound after coming up with another one that was almost as, if not better, than leaded gasoline to stop the knocking an engine, because that was the primary thing he was trying to stop with leaded gasoline, was the engine knock, right? So he came up with an ethanol-based gasoline. And the problem with ethanol-based gasoline is that you can make ethanol yourself. You could just process that yourself. You can brew alcohol that has ethanol in it, and you can extract that ethanol and basically make your own gasoline. So upon discovering that they had basically made free gasoline, they were like, no, we can't do this because we can't allow people to just be able to make it in their backyards. This needs to be made with a compound that is rare enough that only our manufacturers can get a hold of it. So
I have a hypothesis. I think he invented lead paint under a pseudonym. Just because he needed a way to get to the kids too.
That's right. When it comes to Freon, it does genuinely seem like he was just trying to solve the problem and that there wasn't any kind of cover-up or any malicious intent behind any of it. But undeniably, what he did with leaded gasoline was one of the most horrible decisions ever made in human history. Go ahead, GangsterGhost.
Sorry, I have to go. It's been about 4 hours.
No problem. Well, have a good day, everybody.
Logan,
Peter,
Logan, you've listened to Aiden ramble for 4 hours?
No, I haven't been here for most of the shift.
Then you definitely need a break, Logan. You deserve a break.
Oh, thank you.
We just sat here and agreed with each other about Thomas Midgley Jr. What the heck?
Sorry,
yeah.
Peter and everyone. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, have a good one, guys.
Thanks for having me, Logan.
You're welcome. Thanks for joining. Bye.
Anytime.